important thing that I need to mention to everyone. We will be recording this session, so I need to let you know that, and they'll probably say that on the top of the screen.
Yep.
So welcome. If you are here for motivational interviewing techniques as part of your induction for JET Scotland, you're in the right place. My name is River Ferreira, and I am the Learning and Development Training Manager for Reed, a subcontractor, and I'm here to help facilitate your learning today. I'm filling in for somebody, and I haven't done this module very many times, but I will tell you that in the last 3 years with Read in Partnership, I'm very passionate about this content. So I'm actually very much looking forward to exploring this with you. I think first things first, let's just talk about some sort of housekeeping. Like I mentioned before, just to be friendly, we'll work together. Read in Partnership is very much like a family. When we start talking to each other, it's good to have our cameras on just so we can see each other. But then once we go into the session, cameras are completely optional. Staring into the camera over a long period of time can be exhausting. And I will turn off my camera as well, not just because it's exhausting, but because sharing my screen while sharing the camera will crash my tablet. And we don't want that to happen because it's happened before. Also, when you are in your breakout rooms, I ask that you please turn your camera on, because if you're in a small group of 3 or 4, it's a little bit more personal to be able to see each other. And then you can turn your cameras back off when we come back. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah, is that fair enough? We'll take good. We'll take plenty of breaks. It's much better to have lots of short breaks when we're working remotely this way. Anytime you feel like you need a break and we've been going too long, please just type into the chat. And we're a small group today, so you can actually just speak up and say, "Hey, River, can we take 5 minutes?" And I'm totally okay with that. I think that's totally fair. Please keep something to keep you hydrated today. It's a very hot day. It's very important that we do that. Your health is very important. And so there. First things first, you're welcome from this point forward to turn off your cameras if you'd like. I'm going to keep mine on just through the introductions before I get started with the actual session, but we should introduce ourselves. So we don't take up too much time, but we want to make this a little bit personal. When I'm going to go through the list in the order that it is in the participants here in Microsoft Teams. So if you click on the little 2-person icon on the top of the screen, you'll see what order it'll come in. So I won't surprise you, because nobody likes being put on the spot and having their name called out and then they have to answer. But that occasionally does happen. So you'll know when you're coming up next just by looking at that list. What I'd like you to do, what I'm going to do as well, is just 4 things. Please tell me your name. Please tell me your location, your office, what your position is, and then I want you to think of 3 words that describes the happiest day of your life or a great day in your life. Okay, so for me, my name is River Ferreira. I am in London at the head office for Read in Partnership in Southwark, and I am the Read in Partnership Learning and Development Training Manager. And 3 words, I made it. For the happiest day of my life. So going through the list, Angela, would you like to do the same?
I'm Angela Wales, Edinburgh, based in Semple Street. I'm an employment advisor, and 3 words. I'm a survivor.
Oh, excellent. Survivor. Thank you, Angela. Chloe?
I'm Chloe, just checking that I am on unmuted. Based in Edinburgh, employment advisor, and 3 words. That was hard.
Whoa, that was hard. And forgive my pronunciation if I ever get anything wrong. Just correct me, okay? Gail?
Yes, that's correct. Pronounced correctly. So my name is Gail Habarema Simbi. I'm based in Edinburgh, the Semple Street office. In 3 words, I'm grateful, I'll say.
Excellent, Gail. Jahir? Is Jahir here?
Sorry, yeah. It's just I forgot to unmute it. So I'm Jahir. I'm also in Edinburgh, Semple Street. I'm also an employment advisor. I can only think of one that repeated the same word, but very, very relaxed.
Excellent. Thank you, Jahir. And Jordan.
I'm Jordan. I'm stationed in Edinburgh, Semple Street. I'm an employment advisor, and I say 3 words: I'm a dad.
Oh, that's really nice. Excellent. Thank you, Jordan. Kristen.
Hi, my name's Kirsten. I'm based in Edinburgh, employment advisor, and I love a challenge.
Oh, I love a challenge. Excellent, Kirsten. And Laura?
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm based in Edinburgh also, employment advisor as well. 3 words, oh my God.
I love it.
Michael?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mike. I'm also based in Mike Saint. I'm also based in Edinburgh. I'm also an employment advisor. My 3 words is I'm always a realist.
Okay, good one. And how about Michael Freeman?
So yeah, my name is Michael. I'm also based in Edinburgh, like everybody else so far, and I'm an employment advisor. And my 3 words are, can we go again?
Can we go again? Okay, cool. And excellent. Hang on. And Neil.
Hi, I'm Neil, based in Edinburgh, also an employment advisor, and my 3 words would be welcome home, Jasper.
Welcome home, Jasper. Excellent. Sarah. Sarah, can you hear us?
Sorry, I forgot to put my mic on. I'm Sarah. I'm based in Semple Street in Edinburgh. I'm an employment advisor. And my 3 words are, I love cats.
I love cats. Excellent. Sharon.
Hi, Sharon Galich, in Nairn, up in the Highlands. Actually outreach, so I'm based in Inverness, Aberdeen. 3 words: totally tenacious tutor.
Oh, totally tenacious tutor. Excellent.
No, tutor.
Oh, pardon me. And excellent. Forgive my pronunciation. Siboan.
Hi, I'm Siobhan. I'll be based in Edinburgh too as an employment advisor. My 3 words are proud of myself.
Oh, excellent. Good. Excellent. And Stephen.
Hiya, I'm Stephen, Edinburgh employment advisor, and my 3 words would be we won it.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. And Tanis.
Hi, my name is Tanis. I'm also based in Edinburgh and an employment advisor. And my 3 words are, I keep going.
I keep going. Good one. And is John Hughes in the room? No? Okay. And now I know that some offices were having some technical trouble, and there may be some advisors that are sharing tablets, so your names wouldn't be on the screen. Is anyone in the room where that is the case?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Who's sharing today?
Tanis.
Tanis? Oh.
I don't have a tablet, so I'm just using my laptop.
Oh, you are? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much for being resourceful and using your own equipment. I appreciate that. Excellent. Okay, so from this point forward, it's very nice to meet everybody. Let's start working together. You're totally welcome to turn off your cameras. I'm going to turn off mine so that when I'm sharing the screen, it doesn't crash. I just, for example, I just downloaded the attendance list and everything just froze. So I'm going to be very delicate with my screen and try to preserve bandwidth by turning off my camera. And let me know. Now, can everyone see the PowerPoint? I'm sharing my desktop on the screen. Is everyone okay with that? Just give me an okay. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
The other thing that I encourage you very much to do is if you look at the top of the screen, you'll see that there is a little smiley face with a hand in the air. From there, you can do automatic reactions like a thumbs up, applause, I like it, heart, a laughter emoji, and a hands up. Anytime you want to do quick reactions, you can do that if you're not comfortable speaking up. Also, if you have questions or thoughts that you want to put into the chat, you can do that as well. But we're a small enough group that I think it's okay that you can just speak up if you want to add something in. So like I said, this is very much an interactive module, so please try to get involved as much as you'd like. So today we are doing motivational interviewing techniques. In the email and the invite that I sent you, I asked for you, if it was possible, to go to your office and to print off a hard copy of the Motivational Interviewing Techniques workbook. If you were unable to print a hard copy, or if you wanted to save the environment a little bit, you could have a soft copy available, and then some paper and pen. Does anyone missing the workbook? Does anyone not have that with them? So everyone is okay? Good? Excellent. All right. So if everyone turns to the first page here, we'll begin by talking about our, it's moving a little fast. We're going to talk about our aims for the day. So today we are going to provide co-members with a toolkit of strategies and techniques to empower and engage participants. You look at the first page of your notebook and it'll say the motivational interviewing technique session has been designed to give advisors a toolkit of different techniques to use with all participants. The aim is to use one or more of these techniques with an individual participant. It would never be appropriate to use all of them in every appointment. The objectives: by the end of this session, you'll be able to apply a series of techniques via individual, pair, and group work to support challenging conversations using the DEERS model. Plan, prepare, and deliver an appointment using the DEERS model. Now, we were doing a little bit of water cooler chat before the session started, and it sounded like some people are familiar with this model. Anybody want to pipe up and talk about their knowledge of this from the past? Anyone? No?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, before we began this session, there were some we were just having sort of casual chat, and someone brought up the DEERS model, that they had heard about it before or they knew something about it. Does anyone, would anyone like to say that they have worked with it before or know a little bit about it? Anybody?
Hi, River. Yeah, it's probably me. Yeah, and my name it's Mike. Yeah, I'm a coaching psychologist. I've got a master's degree in coaching psychology and also in psychology. So a degree in psychology. So yeah, I've used a lot of this techniques in coaching or for coaching when coaching clients and stuff. I mean, basically, there's a lot of, as you're aware, there are a lot of models. I mean, we're using this DEERS model, looking at the DEERS model today, which is a 5-point motivational model. But I mean, so yeah, I'm looking forward to going over it again, actually, because it's something that I do enjoy. So yeah, it'll be good.
Excellent. You have a degree in psychology. My degree is in education, so I need your help today. So your input will be extremely helpful. I will tell everybody, as a learning facilitator, I learn something every session. So I hope to learn something from you today, Michael. Anyway,
we'll see.
We'll see. All right, everybody. Now, this is the second part of a 2-part training session. So you had the first induction already. So with that in mind, please take a moment to write down in the box below what your personal 2 objectives would be for this session. What are 2 things that you would like to learn by the end of the day today? So please take, I'm going to set about 3 minutes. Please write down in the boxes below what you would like to learn in this session. And then we'll revisit that at the end of the day. Once you're done, we'll share some of the things that we want to learn today, and I will put it on my list to see if I can help. And we can add that to our list. I'll set a little timer on the screen there.
Hi, sorry, hello, it's Tanis here. Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry, I actually can't write in my box for some reason. It's not letting me write.
Oh, if it's not allowing you to write
No,
in the
it's not.
box,
No,
if you're
sorry.
using a soft copy, just
Yeah.
write it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah, will
or,
do. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Will do. Thanks.
Or if you have on your tablet, there's the, if you see on my screen, you see this purple icon on the bottom. It's the OneNote for Windows. That's on your tablet. I always use that for writing down notes. It's very helpful.
Oh, right. So it's such a basic laptop I have. It's just sorry.
Oh, it's for your personal, on your personal laptop.
Yeah, it's not letting me write on it.
I'm the same. I could only write in the second box.
Oh, I
so
can't
put a second point underneath it.
Sarah and
Yeah.
I can't at all. It's not letting me do it.
The first box, if you click near the number 1, you'll see that there's a small box that hasn't been expanded correctly. And all you need to do is click on that, and there'll be like a few little small circles. You just click the bottom right small circle and then drag it, and it will enlarge the text box for you.
All right, thank you.
Right.
No worries.
I think that's what you mean, right?
I'm not very tech savvy, sorry.
I'm not either.
That's why we always suggest for these sessions, it's best to just go to the office and print a paper copy. And then that way, you can just put it in your files in your desk, and you can revisit it in the future too. It's very handy. Okay, time's up, everybody. Hang on a second. All right. Now, would anybody like to share just one of their objectives that what they would like to get out of this session?
It's Angela here. I'd quite like.
Hi, Angela.
Hi. I would like to learn how to roll with resistance.
Oh, okay. Rolling with resistance. That's something we'll work on today, for sure. Anyone else would like to share?
I'd like to, it'd be good to re-engage with MIT again, you know?
Oh, okay, sure. Absolutely.
I'd like to build my confidence.
Absolutely.
Using these techniques.
Absolutely. Confidence, for sure. In the last time I did this session, there was a group of people who they actually were anticipating a bit of anxiety of being able to interview people after being in lockdown for a while and talking to strangers, and being able to role play these interviews with each other created sort of a safe space to play with that, which helped deal with that anxiousness of being able to interview people. So that's definitely a good one too. Definitely. Anybody else want to share one?
To be able to help a participant on their employment journey using well-developed communication methods.
For sure, absolutely. How about one more?
How to get the most out of a conversation with someone?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Okay, good. That's great, everyone. So by the end of the session, you'll be able to apply a series of techniques via individual, pair, and group work to support challenging conversations using the DEERS model. We'll plan and prepare and deliver an appointment using the DEERS model, and we'll give you a scenario for you to use, and then you'll role play it in teams of 3. Don't worry, we won't be standing up in front of the class for everyone to watch. You'll be in a safe group of 3 doing it on your own, and then you'll take turns being the advisor and the participant, and the third person will do the will evaluate how it went. So it'll be it's nothing to get too anxious about. So
sorry, River, can I just say something? I'm not teaching you to suck eggs here, guys, but don't forget to hit the save button if you filled something in, because it won't save it on the document otherwise.
Oh, good point. For sure. Absolutely. So please save. All right. So the purpose of the session is to equip advisors with a toolkit of strategies and techniques to use in calls and appointments to ensure that the interventions are empowering and participant-led. These tools will be in your toolkit. You will not use every tool with every participant in every call or appointment, but you will have resources on hand to motivate participants when they are not progressing. So I'm going to introduce to you this DEERS model. The core spirit of motivational interviews can be translated into 5 central principles. So we're going to gently explore each of these. I'm just going to be an overview, and then later on through the morning, we're going to explore each one of these concepts in a little more depth. So DEERS is an acronym. D is for develop discrepancy. E is for express empathy. A is for amplify ambivalence. R is roll with resistance. And S is for support self-efficacy. So D, develop discrepancy. When given the choice to change, most people will attempt to prove that it's not necessary. So you might encounter an example that we explore is someone might say, oh, I really need a job. I really, really need a job, right? But then when you show them what options are available, they'll be like, I won't do that. You know, I've been a manager for years. I need it. You know, sorry, did someone say something? No? Okay, sorry. So someone will, so that example is that, you know, someone says that they really need a job, but then the discrepancy will come up saying that they won't take a specific job. So that's one example. The tools that we will play with today in order to overcome that, we're going to talk about the Colombo approach. We're going to play with a decision balance sheet, and we are going to talk about eliciting change and change talk, which is very handy. The next one, E, which is express empathy, right? Seeing the world through the member's eyes, not judging or blaming them, right? So being able to put ourselves in their position and have an understanding of what they're experiencing. So it involves reflective listening, asking for permission, and normalizing talk, which we'll explore later today. So A is amplify ambivalence, right? So that's for when a person is of 2 minds, which is indecision. So will I be better off? We'll explore questioning techniques today, and the TED model. Does anyone know what the TED model is? It's an acronym: tell, explain, and describe. So we'll explore that later. And then R is rolling with resistance. So that's limiting beliefs. And we'll also explore something called pass the monkey. When we used to do these inductions face-to-face in our offices, we would actually have a monkey in order to, as a sort of visual of this tool that you can use to prevent, to help deal with resistance and limiting beliefs. Then finally, we'll talk about supporting self-efficacy, which is committed to change, but not having the confidence, right? So we'll talk about the capability, belief, and positive reinforcement. So we're going to do our first team activity now. We'll be dividing up into groups. Now, hang on, let me make sure that I had those groups set up correctly. So that is, everyone should be in there. Oh, Naisha came in, so I'm going to assign Naisha to group 1. Hang on a second. Assign to group 1. Okay, good. So there will be 5 groups, 4 groups of 3 and 1 group of 4. Please note when you get into your groups what your group number is. Okay, so right now, if you have a pen and paper, I'm going to call out your name so you'll know which group you're in, because each group is going to do something different. All right. I think it's a little bit easier if I do this and a little more personal. So Angela, Chloe, Kirsten, and Naisha, which is group 1, I would like you to discuss develop discrepancy. In that group, when you get into your group, I want you to figure out who has the birthday closest to today. The person whose birthday is closest to today will have to take notes and present when we return. That will be the same for each group, okay? So when you get into your groups, whoever birthday is closest to today will be the note taker and will present when we return. That's the fairest way I can figure we can do this. So Angela, Chloe, Kristen, and Naisha, please discuss and take notes on what you think to explore developing discrepancy. These are just to get ideas together so that when we actually explore, we'll have a foundation to work from. The next group is Gail, Tanis, and Sarah is group 2. You will work on express empathy. All right. Group 3, Sharon, Laura, and Stephen. So Sharon, Laura, and Stephen will be amplify ambivalence. And then group 4, Shaboan, Mike, and Jahir will be roll with resistance. Okay, Shaboan, Mike, and Jahir. Mike Saint is group 4. And then group 5, Michael Freeman, Neil, and Jordan will work on support self-efficacy. So have I mentioned everyone? Is everyone in a group?
Yep.
And you know what you're going to talk about for the next 5 minutes on your team?
Yes.
And you know that the first thing you need to do is figure out whose birthday is closest to today, because you will be the lucky one that will take notes and will present when we come back your ideas of what each of these letters, what we will be exploring. Okay, so let's get that started. It just takes a couple of seconds for the rooms to load up, and then after 5 minutes, you'll see a little warning signal that will bring you back to the room. Please have your cameras on when you're working with your team, but when we come back together, you can turn them back off, okay? So enjoy your first team working activity.
Thank you.
like taking 12 in a moment.
Right.
Oh no.
Oh God. I know.
What does that fellow used to say on the TV? Back in the room.
You're all right, Mike. You can go back in the room. You've got all the knowledge on this.
I know.
That went quick.
Listen, I've got my mate Siobhan's just pulled out of this one. Don't worry, she's done a grand job.
There you go. See, yous are sorted. Yous are on the home run.
Yeah, no. It's all right. Siobhan's going to present it anyway. So this is great stuff, though. Honestly, if you can, again, like roll with the resistance on what. Oh, honestly, this stuff will open your eyes. It opens your eyes in everyday life. When you realise how you do things. These are great techniques to know, just for anything. Even with your kids, honestly, you can work with your kids a lot, and all of a sudden you start getting answers to stuff you never thought you could get answers to, because the way you do it, the kids think, oh, they're telling you something, and actually they're only without telling them anything, they're answering the question you want. That's basically. Anyway, I'll shut up because I see everybody's ready to go. So.
That's a really good point. No, Mike, you can go ahead. The rooms are still closing, so people are still rolling back in. This when we come back from the rooms, Microsoft Teams takes its time pulling everyone back. So I call this time water cooler chat. So so everyone can discuss whatever. But it's a good.
Sorry, I was just telling the guys in the room there, River. I've been invited to present a paper that I wrote a paper with somebody at Heriot-Watt University, and I'm invited to present a paper in Dubai in October to a worldwide conference on coaching psychology, and it's about the coaching frameworks. We're looking at changing the frameworks, and the British Psychological Society, they want me to go and present this paper and stuff. But
congrats.
Well, thank you. The weird
that's exciting.
The weird thing is, though, it's about what we're doing now. It's about coaching outcomes, because more people are doing it like this through Zoom, through Teams, and I defined it as talking heads. So you can only see people's heads now. So when you're trying to coach someone, or even if you're doing like what we're doing here with motivational speaking, you can't see the body language. Now you can only see someone's head, but they could be tapping their feet, they could be clenching their hands. If they're sitting like this, you don't see all that body language that you miss when you're on a one-to-one, face-to-face with somebody. And there's a lot of trust issues as well. I mean, you've got to, if I'm giving you sensitive information about myself or whatever, I don't know there's not someone else sitting in the room with you. You could be like, we was on about yesterday about, say, I don't know, a bullied wife, for example. The husband could be sitting at the other side of the room, looking at her, making sure she doesn't say anything to you that could compromise his position. So it's a trust issue as well. So, and also you don't know there's not somebody sitting over here in my room recording all our conversations, because you don't know that either. So it takes a while to develop that trust and that sort of a coaching relationship, or the relationship
for sure
over distance. And that was what my research was on for about a good 12 months or more.
When are you going to be delivering that? In
October.
In October.
Yeah, in Dubai.
If you don't mind, when we're finished this session, I would really love to pick your brain a little bit about that. Because actually, slightly off topic, Reed and Partnership right now are actually working with some behavioral science to develop a lot of our content right now. So, I'd like to pick your brain.
I do. Yeah, I do consult on a lot of that stuff with various people as well. So yeah, I do that, and I've got So. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we can talk whenever you want. You can get a contact from me, and we can always have a chat whenever. After we're finished today, if you want to. Absolutely, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, so
that's fascinating. Like I said, every time we have one of these sessions, we're always learning, and that's something else that that makes me so proud to work with Reed in Partnership, is we're always evolving. And the people that we invite into our organization, it's about skill set and mindset. We want people who care about improving people's lives. That is
that's why I
mindset.
That's one of the reasons I was happy to take this role on, because of what I do. It's and it's good for me as well. So, But yeah, if you can roll with this stuff, guys, honestly, you'll get a lot of acronyms today. You'll see a lot of this written on the screen, but do you know what? It really is real life stuff, and if you get it, it'll make your job so much easier if you can understand this. This will be 90% of your work, just being able to talk to people, and if you can talk to people. And it's not robotic; it's very fluid. You know, once you know the techniques, they're so fluid. Anyway. Listen, I'm jumping into the thing here. Let me just shut up. I'll go on mute. All right.
Thanks, Mike. Okay, everybody, this is really useful. And as you can see, the style of this program is to try to pull information out of you even before we provide it to you. Because many of you are probably wondering, I haven't learned anything about this. Why is River asking me for information about it? There is a reason behind that. So let's do this in order, because that's the order we're going to be working on this stuff together. So D, group 1, whose birthday is coming up in group 1?
It's Kirsten. Mine just passed in June.
Happy birthday, Kristen.
Yeah, thank
Kristen,
you.
sorry. So what did your group mine from developed discrepancy?
We all engaged really well. The team were really good, us all working together, which was great. To be honest, I don't think we had enough time with it. With regards to developing the discrepancy, the purpose we were looking at, what we sort of came to was shifting the purpose of the conversation. So we felt, like possibly the participant maybe saying, they are still wanting a job, but the background or the reasoning behind it, they could be dismissive. So they would possibly have, like an excuse, or not so much an excuse, but they possibly have reasoning as to why they can't do the job.
Okay, for sure.
Trying to emphasize with the participants, just trying to understand that and showing, that we are trying to help them as much as we can. So I think overall, we tried to work it together, which we did all try with each other as a team, but I think we didn't have enough time to actually understand the full thing of it, if I'm being honest.
For exploring it.
Yeah, I mean, my background, I've dealt with all different types of people from recruitment, so I've done interviewing before, but this DARES technique, it's not something I find, and I've dealt with people from mental health, all different scenarios, but it's quite difficult when you're trying to do it like this.
Right. Okay, I understand. By the way, thank you. I've actually written down on my lesson plan, perhaps 5 minutes is not enough time.
I don't know, maybe the other guys will say, but yeah, it seemed to roll very, very quickly by the time we'd actually said, so what do we think of? And of course, you're wanting it to be a team effort, so you don't want one person taking over the whole scenario. So my guys were really good trying to help and, give input with it as well as a team.
We definitely worked really well together.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's quite a positive thing that people need when you're bouncing off each other. It's not just the one person taking it in the team.
Excellent. Okay, excellent. Thank you, Team 1. Team 2, express empathy. What did you come up with?
Oh, hi, it's Tanis here.
Hi, Tanis. Happy birthday or belated birthday?
Yeah, well, it's next week, my birthday. So yeah, so I'm obviously the closest.
Oh, what day?
Won't tell you how old I am. Don't ask me how old I am.
No, but what day is your birthday?
What date?
Yes.
29th of July.
Mine's the 28th.
Okay. Wow.
One
You're a Leo as well, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
My brothers actually share the same birthday, the twins. So there's 3 birthdays on the same day in my family, which is weird.
Wow. Excellent.
Yeah, weird. But anyway, yeah, so I got to meet Gail and Sarah, so that was really nice, empathizing with them initially. So basically, what we were discussing was, actually making the person feel comfortable, because it's obviously quite a daunting experience. So you have to create the rapport and trust initially with somebody, just like with body language and, just acknowledge them and smiling, just smiling and making them feel really welcome. Mm-hmm. And asking open questions as well, to elicit, a positive response from them. Just to make them feel like you care about them basically as well. And active listening as well. It's important to listen to somebody because, you know, they might just want to, you know, just talk basically, and share experiences, because obviously you want them to know that, you know, you're human, you've been in situations maybe like them before, so, you know, just, you know, exactly, just, you know, create that rapport again, and just be human, share humanity.
Absolutely, very important. It's important to understand that as an advisor, you are in a position of power, and if it's a very dangerous territory if you create an environment where the environment is us and them. And if you don't have that empathy and there's that feeling of us and them, it's going to be a lot more difficult to influence and inspire and motivate them to move in a certain direction. So empathy is so important. So important. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. How about team 3, amplify ambivalence?
That's me, Stephen. Sorry about the camera situation. I don't actually have a computer, so I'm using my phone and it's on charge at the moment. So I'd love to go on camera, but I can't.
Kudos to you to be able to read from such a small screen.
Yeah, no, it's not great, but I'm managing. So with amplify ambivalence, it's basically recognizing when the participant is in two minds with something, and then using techniques, the TED technique, so open-ended questions, to get the participant to actually talk a bit more, give you more information, and then when you're replying, give positive reinforcement back to the participant.
Absolutely, very good, excellent. And then group 4 with role with resistance. What did you come up with?
So we actually spoke about how kind of you'll have participants come in with limiting beliefs on kind of both positive and negative instances. So you'll have people come in and they might think like, I'm not competent enough to do that type of job, like I don't have the skills, when of course they do. And then on the opposite end, you might have people thinking that they want to do like a really high job that they've not got the qualifications for. And then obviously you might meet some resistance there, like with them not wanting to apply to certain positions. And we spoke about, you know, when somebody is a bit resistant, kind of asking them for solutions rather than kind of like telling them what to do. You probably get a little bit less pushback there, and kind of not pushing them on it, but kind of challenging them and getting them to like self-reflect.
Right.
Challenging like what they've told you directly, not just like making assumptions, so that it doesn't kind of come across as aggressive. And we also just spoke about, trying to like encourage them to kind of tell us like their beliefs, to try and understand them, and then just kind of question them on it without being aggressive or pushing them too much.
Absolutely. Excellent. Good job, Siobhan. Excellent. And then finally, group 5 with support self-efficacy. What did you come up with?
So what we kind of looked at was what the participant has already done well at. So it could be that they are, for example, their CV, and they're just like, oh, my CV's trash. I need to start all over again. And then maybe highlighting certain aspects that are really good about it and getting them to focus on that. Confidence on building on their existing skills. So asking them, to sort of tell us about what they did really well in their previous position, or in just general life skills. So tell me, how would your friends describe you? And the sort of best attributes of yourself, and really sort of building their confidence that way. Valuing any contribution that the participant gives as well. So never knocking anything back and going, no, that's wrong, but actually saying, fantastic, thank you for that. And then sort of maybe moving the conversation on. And getting to the participant to talk about what works as well. So it might be that they've got something on their cover letter, and sort of saying like, okay, so what in that cover letter do you feel is really strong? What part of it do you think is really good? And getting them sort of emphasize that point, and then them getting the sort of creative juices flowing as well.
Excellent. Fantastic, Michael. Excellent. Great job, everyone. This is a really good foundation. We're just sort of digging randomly into this stuff before we go into deep dive, exploring each one of these in detail later on this morning. By the way, happy birthday, Michael and Shaboan. I didn't wish you happy birthday when you did your turn, so I apologize. So happy birthday to all of you. Thank you very much for presenting on behalf of your groups. It is exactly 10:25. Please take a 5-minute comfort break. There is only one rule. You must step away from the tech. Please step away from your tablets and don't check your messages. Go walk around the office, get some fresh air, grab a cup of tea. See you in 5 minutes. See you at 10:30. Bye.
Hey Sophie, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay, thanks. Okay, so do you just want to tell me how your job searching's going? I've explained this quite a few times, but
The
I
victim
have
had a
two kids at
Rolex
home
on,
that I
they
need to
didn't
look after, they're my priority.
take.
I do understand why you
What do
want
you
me
got?
to go back to work.
The
but
victim
it's
had a
just completely
Rolex
my
on, they
lifestyle at the
didn't
moment. I've got two
take
kids to
it.
look
When
after.
are those
There's
pajamas?
nobody to look after them. I don't know what to do with them if I was to go to work, and who's take care of the expenses. So I mean, I know why I do need to work, but I just can't at the moment. Yeah, so even picking them up from school, etc. Who's going to do that? I don't have anybody at home to help me to pick them up from school, drop them to school, and I don't think employers are very understanding in that sense. So I don't think that employers will provide me with any working hours that will fit in that time. And they'll force me to do shifts that I can't do, evening shifts, weekends. I can't do that. My children aren't in school at that time, so I can't do that. Do you mind explaining a little more about your children to me? Yeah, so I've got two children, both boys, Jack and Ben. Jack's 4 and Ben's 6. They both go to school, like I said, so I can't work at a time that they're not in school, and I can't do weekends, I can't do evenings, even during the day, really, I can't do any time, the times that I'd usually drop and pick them up from school from. But I mean, like I said, I do understand why you would want me to work. I know it's important for them to have a good role model for their future. I don't want them to be on benefits moving forward and think that's the way life should go. And obviously, I am upset that I'm not able to take them on holiday and buy them all the latest toys and gears that they want, because benefits doesn't give you a lot of money at the end of the day. But my circumstances just don't allow me to work at the moment.
Nice healthy breakfast there, Chloe.
I was gonna say I don't want to put my mic off of mute because I'm like crunching away on this. I'm like, just put it on mute just so you don't hear me chomping away.
No worries. Hey, River, can you hear me still? Are you there? No? Okay. We're back at 10:35 now.
How are you today, Mike?
Is it this mic, me, Mike? Or...
Yeah, you.
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's great. I'll enjoy it. I'm enjoying today because this is like my bag, you know, my cup of tea. So it's good.
Yeah, I'm quite into this kind of session as well. So I was agreeing with what you were saying about body language and that, because you can only see someone kind of for the shoulders up. So
it's really actually important. Yeah.
Do you know what's difficult for me is I normally speak with my hands quite a lot. So can you try to keep my hands at my
Well, if you
side?
notice, my hands are always flying about in my video, so yeah, I'm the same. But yeah, it was just something that we discovered particularly during lockdown, for a lot of people, a lot of coaches. I was working with a lot of coaches, not just coaching psychologists, but coaches of any sort that were finding it difficult to engage with clients because, as I say, I termed this phrase "talking heads," and it really is just a head, and you can't see what's going on, and it really was creating a lot of problems and certainly a lot of trust issues, and the coaching outcomes were not as good, shall we say. They were finding that, you know, the coaching relationship between the coach and the coachee and the outcome were not as effective as they had been in the past, and they were kind of wondering why. So when we started looking into it, obviously one of the main things is the relationship, which is again big a lot of trust
Hi,
issues.
everybody. I think we're back now.
Hi.
I hope you noticed. I'm sorry for being stingy and only giving you 5 minutes. so I sent the little update and said, okay, 10 minutes. Sorry. I think that's a little more fair, right?
Fine. Did you get my message, River, about the slides? Is that possible?
Yeah, for sure. I will say, though, that with this presentation, there's a lot less content on the slides than there is in the actual workbook that I sent you.
Yeah,
so
it's just good to see how you're presenting, how the presentation is, if that's okay. It's just a personal thing. Is that all right?
Yeah, for
sure. I don't know if you're allowed to do that, you see, with it being read stuff, you know.
Yeah, of course. The material, I'll just put it in the chat now for everyone, and then but essentially, other than being able to use the format itself, the presentation is basically just a visual. It's there's a lot more content in the notebook itself, in the workbook. Pardon me.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Hang on a second. So, okay, everybody's coming back. Let's just make sure everyone is here. So just as a check-in, like I said before, to make sure everyone has returned, just pop on your cameras and give me a thumbs up to make sure that everyone has returned to their tablet. So using the icon on the top of the screen, the little smiley face with a hand in the air, just click on the thumbs up to say that you're present so that I can see that everyone's returned to their tablet.
That's cool. A little thumbs up comes up in your picture too.
Yeah, right. So that's a really good way of just saying okay or yes. So, all right, good. Okay, good. So let's continue. So we're going to work on the first one of our modules, which is developing discrepancy and the Colombo approach. So I'm going to play a video for you, and the first thing I'm going to ask is, can you hear what's being played?
No.
No, no.
You need to share your audio as well, I think, River, as well as your screen.
What do you got? The victim had a Rolex on. They didn't take it. When the are those pajamas? Oh, my goodness.
Am I to presume that I'm your chief suspect?
I'm not sure the suspect is a strong enough word. That's very hard for me to understand. Well, now I'm puzzled. It just doesn't make any sense.
What could be worse than the news that he was dead?
The fact that he was murdered.
Lieutenant Colombo fumbling and stumbling, but it's always the jugular that he's after.
Me?
It'll make you look much more distinguished and sexier.
My wife would look like that.
Hey, cutie, want to show me what's under the raincoat?
You know, Hollywood's a very kissy town, Lieutenant.
Oh, there's one more thing, sir. There's one other thing. Just one more thing.
One more thing. With you, Lieutenant, there's always just one more thing. Do you have a problem with short-term memory? You're remarkable. Genius.
You're a very special man.
You're a gem. A little flawed, and you're not too bright, but you're one of a kind.
Well, that takes care of that, doesn't it?
I came this close.
Close. But no cigar.
Just one more thing.
Things are a little bit slow on my computer today, but hopefully you caught that. I don't want to be aging anybody by asking this question, but does anybody remember this show? I do.
Of course, I'm 57-year-old. It was never on TV when I was young.
Right? Yeah, it's syndicated. You know, I grew up in Canada, so and it was always on television. Yeah, it's Columbo. So the Columbo approach takes its name from the fictional detective who would use his curious inquiry about discrepancies in behavior without being judgmental or blaming to find out who the murderer was in a non-confrontational manner without evoking defensiveness or resistance. So thinking about that, for the people who are familiar with this character in this program, what are some of his tropes and techniques and his character? How would you describe Columbo? Anyone can speak up if they want, or type into the chat.
He kind of played the fool, like bumbling around, you know, not kind of a bit nervous. And then he would ask a really sly question that would throw them off balance, or they would maybe think of as an innocent question, but actually what he was trying to get was a key bit of information or evidence, and the other person would never know.
Right.
He was very repetitive as well.
Repetitive in what sense, Angela?
Yeah, always going back. And
One
he
more
always
thing.
went back to the beginning.
Right, right.
Being a bit of a nuisance. Coming across as a bit of a nuisance. I have one more thing. One more thing. I have another question.
That was the thing, is his catchphrase, which is so important, is one more thing. And one more thing, right? So developing discrepancy. I think an important thing with him is having that vulnerability, right? If you don't act like you're the big boss, right? People are a little bit at ease around you, and they're more apt to volunteer their information.
Find out more about them, don't you?
Exactly, right? And also that if you listen more, then you're able to collect a lot more information. And the point behind this is that, you know, the not to bring up the cliche from primary school that you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, is that if you spend time collecting the thoughts of your participant and actually writing them down or recording them, eventually you'll start to pick up on some discrepancies that may actually be holding them back. Once you find those discrepancies, you try to reflect them back to them, because perhaps they're unaware of these discrepancies. We're going to work on some activities in our workbook together in order to try to listen for those discrepancies and see if we can reflect them back. So a quotation from Louis Theroux: "When talking about discrepancies in what is being said and actions taken, it is best to end the reflection on the side of change, as this is what the participants are most likely to focus upon." So going through an example. So you've told me that the 2 most important things in your life are that your wife... Oh, actually, I have to play this for you before I start reading the answers to you. I'm jumping the gun. Okay, so so I'm going to play a sample conversation between a participant and an advisor. Please listen carefully, and I advise you to please have your pen and paper ready and try to record what you may hear are some discrepancies in this participant's situation. We'll take a brain break of a couple of seconds, and then I'll play it a second time and see what I'm curious to see what you can come up with. Whenever I play audiovisual content, I will start playing, and if you hear nothing, please start yelling at me. That's the only way I'll know. Please, I appreciate the help. So here we go.
Hey Sophie, you
Hi.
okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, so do you just want to tell me how your job searching's going?
I've explained this quite a few times, but I have 2 kids at home that I need to look after, and they're my priority. I do understand why you want me to go back to work, but it just doesn't fit with my lifestyle at the moment. I've got 2 kids to look after. There's nobody to look after them. I don't know what to do with them if I was to go to work, and who's take care of the expenses. So I mean, I know why I do need to work, but I just can't at the moment. Yeah, so even picking them up from school, etc. Who's going to do that? I don't have anybody at home to help me to pick them up from school, drop them to school, and I don't think employers are very understanding in that sense. So I don't think that employers will provide me with any working hours that fit in that time. And they'll force me to do shifts that I can't do, evening shifts, weekends. I can't do that. My children aren't in school at that time, so I can't do that.
Do you mind explaining a little more about your children to me?
Yeah, so I've got 2 children, both boys, Jack and Ben. Jack's 4 and Ben's 6. They both go to school, like I said, so I can't work at a time that they're not in school, and I can't do weekends, I can't do evenings, even during the day really, I can't do any time, the times that I'd usually drop and pick them up from school from. But I mean, like I said, I do understand why you would want me to work. I know it's important for them to have a good role model for their future. I don't want them to be on benefits moving forward and think that's the way life should go. And obviously I am upset that I'm not able to take them on holiday and buy them all the latest toys and gears that they want, because benefits doesn't give you a lot of money at the end of the day. But my circumstances just don't allow me to work at the moment.
Okay, that is the first run through. 1 or 2 discrepancies that you might have picked up before we listened to it just the second time. This is kind of tough.
She said that. Oh, sorry. She said that she couldn't work at nights or weekends because her children were at school, but they don't go to school at nights or weekends.
Right, very good. There's one.
There's an option of hours, that possibility that could be addressed within the school time when the kids are actually at school. So to try and look for work within the school hours.
She also said that the employer would lack understanding.
For sure.
But she doesn't know that, depending on the employer.
A lot of assumptions, yeah.
Yeah.
The only other thing I kind of picked up on was she wants to, 2 kids are a priority. She wants to provide from them, and she can't because benefits don't provide her enough money to really do it in the way that she wants. So she doesn't want to work, but she wants to give them more, but can't. She doesn't have money, so there's a discrepancy there.
Exactly. Good. Let's try one more time, one more run through. But before we look at it, I just want to show you some language that we can use using the Colombo approach. Sorry, I had to sneeze. So please ignore that example. That's an example that you're going to play with your teams in the breakout room. But key phrases for summarizing. So I just want to look at the first one. Let's say your neighbor wants to quit smoking, right? You could say, well, on one hand, you are saying that you want to quit smoking, but on the other hand, you haven't been to your GP to talk about it yet. Right. That's just one example of how you can acknowledge a discrepancy that someone is voicing without sounding confrontational. Do you know what I'm saying?
Seem what action they can take, River.
Yeah, exactly. Right. And it's almost like it's not telling someone what to do, essentially. Right? But you're kind of opening that pathway for them. So let's listen to Catherine again, and let's see what other discrepancies we can find.
Hey, Sophie. You okay?
Sophie,
yeah,
sorry.
Thanks. Okay, so do you just want to tell me how your job searching's going?
I've explained this quite a few times, but I have 2 kids at home that I need to look after, and they're my priority. I do understand why you want me to go back to work, but it just doesn't fit with my lifestyle at the moment. I've got 2 kids to look after. There's nobody to look after them. I don't know what to do with them if I was to go to work, and who's take care of the expenses. So I mean, I know why I do need to work, but I just can't at the moment. Yeah, so even picking them up from school, etc. Who's going to do that? I don't have anybody at home to help me to pick them up from school, drop them to school, and I don't think employers are very understanding in that sense. So I don't think that employers will provide me with any working hours that will fit in that time. And they'll force me to do shifts that I can't do, evening shifts, weekends. I can't do that. My children aren't in school at that time, so I can't do that.
Do you mind explaining a little more about your children to me?
Yeah, so I've got two children, both boys, Jack and Ben. Jack's 4 and Ben's 6. They both go to school, like I said, so I can't work at a time that they're not in school, and I can't do weekends, I can't do evenings, even during the day really, I can't do any time, the times that I'd usually drop and pick them up from school from. But I mean, like I said, I do understand why you would want me to work. I know it's important for them to have a good role model for their future. I don't want them to be on benefits moving forward and think that's the way life should go. And obviously I am upset that I'm not able to take them on holiday and buy them all the latest toys and gears that they want, because benefits doesn't give you a lot of money at the end of the day. But my circumstances just don't allow me to work at the moment.
So there was one at the end there too, right? There are things that she would like to do for her kids that she can't, right? And so there's a lot of things, and I hope that you were able to write a couple of notes of things that you found, because now would be a good time to take those discrepancies and put them into this language in your teams. So please look at page 4 in your workbooks. So we'll now go through each part of the DEARS model. So D, develop discrepancy. Here's an example. So you told me that the 2 most important things in your life are your wife and being able to pay the mortgage. So how does gambling fit in with that? So some may think that this sounds a little unsympathetic, but the idea is to get the participants who present with the discrepancies to recognize them for themselves, rather than being told by the advisor that what they are saying and doing isn't making any sense. Does that make sense, sort of? So now, with the notes that you have from listening to Sophie's discussion, please join your team and try to fill in these blanks with what you would say to Sophie to help challenge some of her discrepancies using the Colombo approach. So for example, here's the example I have that's unrelated to Sophie. On the one hand, you are saying that you want to quit smoking, but on the other hand, you haven't spoken to your GP yet. So help me to understand why haven't you explored ways to help you in order to do what you want to do, which is to quit smoking. It sounds like when you started blank. Now, however, and then that's for summarizing, and then for some key phrases for eliciting change. What will your life be like if you do stop, right? Or in this case, what would your life be like if you do get a job? What do you think is causing your blank difficulties for Sophie? What is helping you to, okay? So using this language, please fill in the blanks and perhaps create some of your own sentences as far as summarizing and eliciting change using this Colombo approach with your teams. So is everyone comfortable with the instructions for this activity? Yep. I know 5 minutes seems really short, but let's try 7 minutes. It's just that we have so much to learn today, and I don't want to keep you late. So, okay, so we'll do 7 minutes in our teams, and the person who alphabetically their surname is closest to the end of the alphabet, that person will take the notes and will present.
Hallelujah. I thought you were going to say nearest A.
Okay, so on the team, the person whose surname is closest to the end of the alphabet, and if your name is hyphenated, then if we had an old-fashioned phone book, that person, where would your name be in the phone book? So we'll present, and I apologize if you are presenting a second time. That's the spin of the wheel. So here we go.
I feel your love, River. Right, come on, team.
All right. The rooms are opening now.
Cool.
Oh,
good. Everybody's coming back.
Quick 7 minutes.
Back in the room.
Back in the room.
Truly, each one of these components we could spend an entire day working on. There's just not enough time, right? For sure, for sure. The rooms are just closing. I popped my camera back on just to let you know that I'm here, but I'll have to turn it back off because my tablet's moving quite sluggishly.
God, I think I've made a mess of this.
In what's
That's not that much.
We've got every faith in you, Angela.
Oh my God, I'm glad someone has.
Go, girl.
Then you'll be fine.
Well, I've got to say, I hate taking notes. I am the worst note taker in the world. So I do everything from my head. So we've discussed it, and hopefully it's in my head because I'm terrible with notes.
And I'm a scribbler as well.
It was my fault. I was the victim this time. I tried to push it back onto Siobhan, but she knows my surname, so I couldn't get it.
Okay, the rooms are slowly closing, and I was going to start with room 5. Is your presenter here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's start with room 5. What are your colorful phrases?
Well, we kind of all discussed, and we kind of went for, like, on one hand, like, that you're earning, you're wanting to earn money for your kids, but on the other hand, you're saying that you're unwilling to kind of search for a new job. So it's kind of like, in there. So we're trying to, like, what we want them to us to understand, to help us understand, like, why is that the case? Why are you unwilling to do that yet you're wanting to earn money? But we said, like, it sounds like you're starting to your journey with us. We're very keen to get a job, but now you're kind of held on to quite some resistance in finding a job when we try to help you. Whether it's because obviously your kids might be the issue or anything like that. So we've kind of, like, moved on to, like, key phrases for eliciting change. We said, like, what would your life be like if you did get a job? Like, would that lead to your kids seeing you as a positive role model? As obviously in the conversation that they had, they said that they didn't want to see the kids see her as a living on benefits role model type of person. And then we said, like, what do you think personally is causing you some difficulties in trying to get a job? Like, asking them the question rather than us saying, okay, maybe it's because you're not willing to go within the hours. Like, what's difficult within the hours of the school times? Could you not work within them? And then, like, finally, we kind of led to the idea of, like, what support is the schools doing to help you get a bit of time to look for a job? Because if the school's times are, like, say, 9 till 3 or 9 till half 3, you can maybe do a little shift in the morning to kind of, like, between maybe 10 and 3 or something like that to pick up before you pick up the kids.
Excellent. Great job, Jordan. That's absolutely right. Very, very good. How about group 4? What did you come up with?
Hi, guys. Yeah, probably very similar to Team 5. I think probably most people have picked up on that. We looked at it like, obviously, on the one hand, what you're saying is, you've got the kids there, your priority. You can't work. You've got to take them to school. You've got to pick them up from school. You can't work evenings and weekends. And that's so basically we were agreeing with that, and we're looking at the barriers that she was giving to employment. So obviously we understanding the fact that maybe evenings and weekends are the most difficult one because the kids are at home. She can't leave them on their own. If she's got nobody to help her on an evening or a weekend, and we understood that. But what we basically said as well, at the end of the day, you can drop them off to school and possibly go to work for a few hours. Barriers being that I know there's nobody to look after your kids during the day or at school, but when they've been looked after at school, therefore you have got that free time period, and so and then you can improve your lifestyle. You can get them, things that they want. But also schools do have, they have like, I don't know what they call them now, it's like a breakfast club, and they also have an after school club. So you can actually extend the period of time that the schools are looking after your children to earn that extra money. And if you do want to get off benefits and you want to provide more, even that small amount of income will give you a change, even if it's only for that few hours a day. I mean, even some employers are flexible. I've worked with companies that allow people to go and collect their children from school and maybe take them to somewhere and come back, or they do flexible hours. So it's just about looking at the barriers that she's building for herself, but help her to understand that she can also remove those barriers with slight lifestyle changes she can make, but the benefits to her making those lifestyle changes far outweigh
and making them recognize for themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And that's the key here is when you get them to, the key is getting them to recognize for themselves. Because when working with adults in every sense of the word, if you say, this is what you need to do, people are just going to shut down. I'm going to shut down. We all are. We don't like being told what to do.
If you elicit that kind of that feeling with somebody, then they will just shut down. I mean, it's about you them giving you the solutions and not you giving them, but talking through the solutions with them, or making them come up with the ideas, and all of a sudden it becomes their idea, and that's always the best thing, So that was how we looked at it anyway. So.
For sure. How about group 3? Did you come up with anything that was a little bit different than that?
Not really any different. We just said, on the one hand, you're saying that you have no one to look after the kids, but have you looked into the possibility of childcare options, which could also include the breakfast clubs, or in the morning or afternoon clubs provided by schools? And also we said, what do you think could be causing the childcare difficulties if you have no family? But would you consider other people looking after your children, and would it maybe be a good idea for someone else to look after them for a while, because it gives you time to behave like an adult and speak to other adults, and that gives them a chance to socialize with possibly other youngsters as well. So
for sure. Okay, absolutely. I wouldn't use the language to behave like an adult, because people might take that the wrong way. So, but no, that's okay. But this is the environment where we can be comfortable with speaking up, but it's also very important to make, and that's also the next section that we're working on, as far as empathy is concerned, that we don't want to shut people down and make them feel like they're not behaving like adults, because we all have that. So, but that's excellent, fantastic. How about group 2? Did you find anything that was a little bit different?
Oh, hi. Oh, hi. It's Tanis here again. Yeah, we kind of touched on the same thing again. And again, what Mike was saying, making it their own, making say what was the priority in their life, obviously the children, and the fact that she didn't have the money to be able to do that. So what we thought was, like asking, what's the most important thing in your life, and how would you feel if you went on holiday with your children, and making them sort of realize that, having that extra income would obviously, help her and the children to feel a lot better about themselves.
Excellent.
Great, Tanis. And then group 1, I guess it was Angela, right?
Yes, very much the same as everybody else. I think we were looking kind of for clarification, so we were kind of going back, repeating what she said, repeating the fact that it doesn't fit in with her lifestyle, however you want to provide for your boys, making her aware, there are employers out there who will employ people during school hours, and most importantly, I think that we are there to offer help. and assistance, help her find someone who, or employers who can accommodate her hours.
Absolutely, for sure. Excellent. And now, like I said, we could work on this all day, and it would be so helpful if we could, but we just don't have the time. So please, I recommend print a copy of this out and have it at your desk. I still have it at my desk, and work on it with your colleagues when they're, whenever you have a chance, role play this out. Work on it with your partner, work on it with your friends. On the one hand, you want to be vacation beach ready, but on the other hand, you want to go have pasties for lunch. So like you can use this kind of talk every day in order to have meaningful conversations with people where you just want to help them figure out the best way. And it helps us too when people talk to us this way. It helps us realize things that maybe are not so apparent in our own minds because we're not aware of our own conflicts in where we're thinking and our trains of thought. But like I said, I'd love to stick around with this one, but we have so much to explore today. So let's look at the next one. If you move into your notebook I'm going to turn off my camera because it's a little bit slow, if you don't mind. Oh, by the way, Mike, I have put the PowerPoint into the chat. You can save it from there. I hope it went through.
Sorry, yeah, I've got it, River, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. So as you can see, the PowerPoint is really just visual. It doesn't really have that much content in it, but okay, so the next one as part of develop discrepancy is the decision balance sheet. Honestly, this is a really useful tool if you've never seen it before, as a personal tool in your own life. So the decision balance sheet asks our participants to evaluate their current mindset by looking at the good and less good things about their actions. The purpose is for the participant to realize that they can get some benefits from their problem mindset, and there will be costs if they decide to change their behavior. Talking about the things written on the decision balance sheet will help participants to understand what they're feeling resistant to change and move them towards wanting to change. So if you're in a situation, right, you've used Columbo and they're still showing resistance to that change, this is a really handy way to help give them a little bit more perspective on the situation. A really good way to explore this is to just use it for yourself, right? Everybody's looking at the sheet, right? I'd like you just to explore it on your own. Whether it is, the example I said before about getting into shape, perhaps, or one of them I was thinking about is whether or not I want to move to a different flat in London, right? In this sheet, you would just scribble in a messy point form way, what are the advantages of changing, right? So rent value. We would like to be closer to London. What are some disadvantages of changing? There's a hassle of moving, right? There's the expense of moving. Perhaps it would be a little more expensive. The advantages of staying the same. There would just be no hassle. There would be nothing to deal with. Just keep on going the way it was, right? The disadvantages of staying the same, there might be a rental increase, for example. You can use the same thing for, wanting to get into shape, right? The advantages of changing. This list could be endless, get back into that great pair of jeans from last year that I really wanted to get into. My health would be better. I'd feel a little more confident. Disadvantages of changing. It just be so tiring, and it would eat up a little more of my time, and I have so little time. The advantages of staying the same. What are the advantages of not getting back into shape? I don't know.
None.
Right, exactly. This worksheet can be used to help you decide on whether you want to make certain changes in your life, like stopping some old behaviors or doing something new. It's best to complete each section, even if it seems that some of the answers in different sections are similar. Make sure you include both in the short term and the long term advantages and disadvantages. Um, as a matter of fact, this is a really handy tool, even for uh, for job interviews. If you are asked, I know that when I'm interviewing people, when we're recruiting, I ask someone, how do you prioritize your tasks and make decisions? If you have a whole bunch of tasks that you need to complete, but you don't have the time to complete them all, how do you prioritize which tasks you need to deal with first and which ones you'll have to put on the back burner if you have no choice but to delay some of them? If someone shows me this 4-square quadrant of how they decide, how they will prioritize, and how they will make their decisions, this shows how a person can take the muddle of our thoughts in our brain and put it in an easy to understand format that allows us to get a better perspective on making our decisions. Does anybody, I'll open up the floor, use this kind of technique when they make their own decisions or they make plans for the future?
Always.
I can't say I have, but it's something I would look to doing in the future.
Oh, yeah?
I think one of the other good things is,
Sorry, Angela?
Sorry, Mike.
No, it's okay. Go ahead, Angela.
No, I was just saying I think I've used it previously. I'm quite critical of myself, to be fair. So, but I do look at what is an advantage, but what is a disadvantage. And I kind of try and weigh up. It's like the pros and cons. And I try and weigh up and balance it as best I possibly can. I don't always get the answer I want, but
The thing as well is your brain's never rational. So if you write it down, then you can see them, because you'll argue with yourself straight away. As soon as if you're thinking through something and you don't write it down, you'll always put your own barriers. But if you write down the advantages or disadvantages, then you can see them. You think, oh, hang on a minute. One of the good things we used to always add to these balance wheels of River is like, where would you see yourself in 5 years, or where do you want to see yourself in 5 years? Do you know what I mean? And you could say, right, I want to do this, and then you could write your disadvantages to change or whatever. So she, going back to the previous example, where does she want to be in 5 years? Well, I want to be on holiday with my kids. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do the other. So then you can relate that back to the thing. So you can put the advantages of change and disadvantages in there. So this is a great.
The SMART method, mate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same as the SMART method. Yeah.
For sure. And I think, like I said, I wish we had so much more time to explore this more. So I would like to give this to you as, for your own personal development to use as homework. When you're done this, use this for yourself for something mundane, unimportant. Like, for example, this weekend, do you want to take that trip to the sea, or do you want to stay in town to go to your friend's dinner party? There you go. And then fill out this sheet in order and see what kind of answers you come up with. And then perhaps think of the example of Chloe. No, not Chloe. Chloe is one of the students in the class. Sorry, Chloe. I mean Sophie from the recording that we heard earlier, and fill out this sheet and see how much once you hold this sheet up to yourself with your own decision or to your participant, it turns the light on. Now, I have a question for you. We're shifting gears here. This is a very simplified but powerful tool for decision making and for critical thinking. You grab a piece of paper, you draw a cross, and then you start filling out the sheet. But there is a more complicated tool that we use at Read in Partnership to encourage people to get into employment. It's a software tool. Does anyone know what tool that is? It shows how their life would be improved if they were to get off of benefits and go into employment. Does anyone know what that software platform is called? I don't think in JETS you will be using it, but it was just a trivia question. Better Off Calculator. BOC. Has anyone heard of that before?
No.
No.
You won't be using it on the JETS program, but I'm putting that in your brain so you know that Read in Partnership uses that. In situations where we're trying to get people into employment, we give them a software license, and then the advisor enters in their financial situation. Then it shows them with a hypothetical job and what their financial situation would look like on paper. So it's a more complicated version of this decision balance sheet. And it is a fantastic and powerful tool to show people how their life would be better off. So just if you want to put in your notes in the corner, BOC, which is Better Off Calculator, it might be something worth Googling in the future to take a look at. So next one, if we flip the page, so 11:25, how's our time looking? I think we're just slightly over time, but that's not too bad. Anybody needs break, please just type in the chat and let me know, and then I'll make sure that we get that. So D, develop discrepancy. 1 second here. So questions to elicit, evoke change talk. What would you like to see different about your current situation? What makes you think you need to change your mindset? What will happen if you don't change? What will be different if you complete your referral to this program? What would be good things about changing your mindset? What would your life be like 3 years from now if you changed your mindset? So we went through this talk. Please dog ear this page, because at the end of this session, when you do your role play activity in your teams at the end of the afternoon, these are the kinds of sentences that you will use in your teams. So you will flip back to here, and this is the kind of change talk that you'll use in order to influence your participant. So change talk gives the participants the opportunity to voice the need to change and the reasons for it without the advisor lecturing or telling them what they should be doing. So using the decision balance sheet, which when you do the activity at the end of the day, it'll be helpful to use that decision balance sheet. Use this change talk in order to lift the thoughts that the ideas that you see on that 4 square grid that you have created. So we'll move to the next one, which is expressing empathy. So expressing empathy, reflective listening, normalizing, asking permission, and amplify ambivalence. So a key part of motivational interviewing is the ability to express empathy and develop the ability to view the world through the eyes of the participant concerned in an open, respectful, non-judging, or non-blaming way. We're going to look at 3 ways of expressing empathy: reflective listening, normalizing, and asking permission. Reflective listening involves listening to what the participant has said very carefully and then paraphrasing it and repeating the information back to the participant. In doing this, advisors will validate what the participant is feeling and show that the advisor has understood what the participant has said and is really listening. This will build empathy and trust, as all too often participants feel that nobody really listens to them or cares what they think. Is anyone familiar with active listening? Has anyone worked around that? I'm sure we all have. It's often used in a lot of workplaces.
Yeah.
It's really popular and important to use in leadership, right? When someone speaks to you, paraphrase what they say back. Anybody want to share some reflections on that or experience?
Yeah, I used to work in a call center. So we used to use active listening all the time, because if you're just silent on the end of the phone, you quite often get people who go, "Are you still there?" after they've rambled on for a little bit, and you're like, "Oh yeah, sorry." So you have to and be like, "Yeah, no, I understand," and kind of giving them little verbal nods, we used to call it.
Verbal nods as a call. Go on, girl, get in there.
So they know that you're still there, but you're not interrupting.
Just
Use that quite a bit. So very familiar with reflective listening and kind of coming back to them to say, so you're saying this is whatever's wrong and this is what you'd like me to fix, so they know that you've actually listened and you're not haven't just ignored them for 10 minutes and are just making up their issue for them. Exactly. I think a good example of the reverse side of active listening is anyone ever heard of Ellen DeGeneres, American stand-up comedian? She does a comedy sketch where she talks about how she has a personal problem that when someone goes into a bit of a story, she just starts examining the curvature of their ear and starts counting the hairs that are growing out of their ear. And then all of a sudden, she'll hear them say, so what do you think? And it'll just pull her back to reality, and she'll have no idea what they were just talking about. The Emperor's New Groove, which is a Disney movie, also has a reflection on that, where all he's doing is counting the wrinkles on her face while she's giving him instructions on how to run his kingdom. So sometimes we spend a lot of time thinking about what we're going to say, or instead of actually listening to what people have to say. And it's very human. It's not a bad thing if you do that. It's that mindfulness to be able to focus on what someone is saying. And the way we can try to build that the resilience and the ability to focus on and have that empathy and understand other people is by making that commitment. I'm going to repeat back what that person has just said in my own words. If you make that commitment, other people are going to trust you. People are going to respect you. So it also works, especially in leadership, right? If even at your office, your colleagues, your coworkers, management, anybody, if someone tells you something and you give them a quick summary of what they just said, unconsciously they are going to feel a special connection to you because they know that you heard them. Right? We'd like you to do that with all your participants. Just give a quick summary of what they said. Probably a good example that has a very simplified example is, you go into the deli and you say, I'd like lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise sandwich, lightly toasted on brown with side salad with balsamic vinaigrette and no salt. And then the guy behind the counter goes, uh-huh. You're a little bit frustrated because you know something is going to be wrong, right? It's repeating what you just said back gives you that comfort that, oh, okay, the information did come through. You know what I mean? So reflective listening is really important. So we have reflective listening activity questions on page 7 of the workbook. So it sounds like is a good way of repeating back. Someone says, we go back to that example that we were listening before. It sounds like you're concerned about how you're going to be able to get your kids home from school after work, right? I hear what you're saying. There are so many people who have the same situation. What are they going to do about childcare and picking up their kids from school while working, being employed, right? On the one hand, it sounds like, yet on the other hand, right? On the one hand, it sounds like you really want to be able to support your kids and be a good example for them and provide for them, as well as, like you said, you wanted to get them like the toys that they want, on their birthday. Yet on the other hand, you want to be at home with your kids and being able to pick them up from school. Do you see that reflection? Because you're actually repeating back that participants' concerns, they understand that you are listening to them, that you really do care, and that you're not just there to that they're not just a number on a piece of paper or on the computer, right? So let's see. So it says here that we should role play some of these reflective listening questions. I wonder if that is even necessary. Let's listen.
I think it's best if we listen to the example scenario, because you're probably sick of listening to me talk, because I know I'm sick of listening to me talk. So let's listen to someone else. Please take some notes of what you hear, because we are going to use these example statements and phrases in your groups. So here we go.
So can you tell me a little bit about your job searching?
Yeah, I mean it's quite difficult at the moment. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere with it. I really want a manager's position in the supermarket, but every time I put an application in, it just doesn't go well, because I put my mental health issues on there, on the applications, and I feel like I get discriminated against. I just want to work in a supermarket, a large supermarket. That's all I want to do, and I want to be a manager. But I'm not getting anywhere with it. You know, I'm not getting anywhere with it.
Do you mind telling me a little bit about the things about being a manager that you didn't like before?
I thought it was quite stressful. Like, I thought managing people was really stressful. Just because I'm someone that likes to please people all the time, and the actual people management side of it is very stressful. And from previous employers, they've always said I always look to please people too much, and I always want to cater to those that are having problems, and I don't manage them well. But I really want to get back into it.
Okay.
Would anybody like to offer some reflective listening examples for this gentleman? So the examples on page 7. Would anybody like to repeat back any of reflective listening statements?
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah. So I'll try and choose one. So on one hand, it sounds like you really want to get back into management, but yeah, on the other hand, you're telling me that being in management stresses you out, and that's obviously impacted your mental health.
Excellent. Very good. Absolutely. Anybody else? That's okay. It's the end of the morning. People are getting tired. They're getting hungry. 12 o'clock is the target for lunch. Is everyone okay with that? Please click the thumbs up icon on the top of the screen if everyone is okay with that. Yes? Okay. Oh, good. I'm getting thumbs up. People are still alive. Excellent.
I would just kind of echo what Michael said there about I'm getting really stressed with a managerial job. Would there be other areas that I'd consider working in where he could be happy and his mental health wasn't impacted? And maybe touch on that you can't be discriminated against because you have a mental health problem.
Absolutely.
Would it also be that because he has mental health problems, is that something that you would expect to see on a CV? You know, if he's saying that he like the rejection side of it, would that necessarily be something that you would put in a CV, that you have mental health problems, even though you cannot be discriminated against?
That's a good question.
See, on application forms, like I know with Tesco and Asda, I don't know if they still do it, but you had to fill out an application form. It wasn't a CV. And you have the box to tick if you have a disability. Is he putting in the boxes that he does have mental health? And we do know that you're not meant to discriminate, but how many employers really do?
I know from recruitment side, when it came to like medical conditions, things like that, mental health, people would say if they were medicinally using, if they were prescribed things, but we couldn't discriminate against it. But for their own health and well-being, we would need to make the employer aware of it. But we couldn't actually not offer them the roles.
I do know my friend, she works in recruitment with the Navy, and they will take nobody who has a mental health problem or has had one because of the liability.
Oh,
do they have a reason for that?
Yeah,
because,
I can't comment on that, but yeah.
Because they're working with weapons, it's not been the first time where somebody has turned a weapon not only on themselves but other people.
I think the example,
and that's why she stresses that that mental health is very trendy now. A lot of people saying that they've got mental health who genuinely don't, especially a lot of younger people, that it's like catastrophic if they're wanting to join the forces and things. Because
it's a delicate situation, because mental health is not, it's not a visual thing, and this is where it's very difficult for people that think they're trained but they've not got the relevant qualifications on it. So yeah, it's quite a grey area. I think
a very minefield.
I think,
and it is something that's confidential as well, right?
Absolutely.
So
you've got to think of their own health and their well-being as well. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I know with the banking side, we did have our application forms that would state, but they were not discriminated against. Do you know what I mean? It's the same, I think, legally by law. You don't have to provide your age on an application.
No, you don't.
No.
You don't, or your gender, or
they have it on the applications,
or
but
less.
It does not
it
have
depends if it's a lot of care jobs. If it's a female only or male only, if they're working with certain clients, service users, then that isn't discriminatory. But yeah.
Because I know at Read in Partnership, disability, mental health, all of that is held, it's confidential. Even your line manager cannot access that information. And
your
when
mental health, that comes under a disability.
Yes, exactly.
It's classed as under a disability section.
Angela, is that not the same with the council as well?
In partnership, if you add that onto your application, it's there for a single purpose, which is that if you mention that you have a disability, it means that you have to be given an interview. When you submit an application to Read in Partnership and you submit the application as someone with a disability, we will grant you an interview.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's one of our policies that we're very proud of.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
This is something great, and I if we have time at the end of the day, we can revisit it. I definitely recommend it. And actually, this brings up something that I actually have in my notes here. Has anyone heard of CALM? CALM?
Yeah.
Campaign Against Living Miserably. I highly recommend exploring that a little bit too, because you might need that with some of the participants you work with. You might need that with people in your life, right? It's full of really great ways of supporting people. One really great tip is that, with your colleagues, 75% of all UK suicides are male, and that sometimes between men, it's good to ask your friends, how are you okay? Twice, because the first time everyone says I'm fine, but sometimes you need to ask this, right? It might make a real difference. And as an advisor working with a participant, and I highly recommend you take this down as notes, we need to let people feel that they're not alone. This is the most important thing in this section, is that we need to let people feel that they're not alone. We are not just acting like public servants that are here to provide a service. We're here to let them know that, guess what? You're a single parent and you don't know how you're going to get your kids home from school. You really want to find a job and support them. Trust me, there are so many people in your situation, and there are so many people who end up in fantastic situations.
That's why I like River. I'm one of the examples.
Yes, go on.
I'm a lone parent. Went away and studied. My son's starting school, so it's the perfect opportunity for me to go into employment then.
Mm-hmm.
and I've faced all the barriers of childcare and things. So I think having that experience is very relatable to a lot of candidates. That there is options out there. And I don't have help from family really or anything with childcare. My mum's got my little one today because she's on holiday, but you'll be going to nursery in an hour. So yeah, I totally understand.
That's so wonderful to hear. And that's what we need to do, is to tell people, yes, this is a tough place, but there are so many people who get out of that tough place, and you're not alone. You're not alone. And we are here to show you how to get yourself to do your best, right? So, and honestly, that's why I'm doing this, because it feels great to help these people down that way.
Can I just say though that as an employment advisor, we're not mental health practitioners. Therefore, if somebody comes over to you like this guy and you really do feel, you need to know when to refer someone further along the line, because you could cause more damage to somebody with mental health issues. For argument's sake, if you keep getting them to send off CVs and they keep getting rejections, then you're working on their anxieties and their stuff. So we would need to know when to refer them to not another agency, but there must be a way, because we're not there to treat someone or help someone with a mental health condition. We could make it worse. So we would need to know when we can't do any more, because, do you know what I mean? We could actually feed his anxiety by keeping him putting in CVs, keep doing all that. So
there is those workshops that that Reading Partnership provides through the JET program for mental well-being. So there would be somebody that
and there's the advisors as well, isn't there?
Yeah. So we're in a position where we can do that, thankfully.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is really great. I want to make sure that we keep on time. It's very important to understand that this is talking about expressing empathy. You're very right, Mike. This is not about being mental health experts. So this is just about being able to support people, and by expressing empathy, by using these phrases. So we have the reflective listening questions, and next one we have normalizing statements. Like, a lot of people are concerned about changing their, for her situation, changing their employment and childcare situation. Most people report good and less good things about their blank. Many people report feeling like you do. They want to change their, but find it difficult. That's not unusual. Many people report having made several previous quit attempts, right? I guess for smoking in that sense. Examples for asking permission, right? Do you mind if we talk about, right? So if you want to open up the conversation, right? Do you mind if we talk about your job search situation, or your home with your, what's your how are things with your family, right? Could we talk a bit about your insert behavior? I noticed at your medical history that you have hypertension. Do you mind if we talk about how different lifestyles affect this, right? So that was more of a health question. Specific lifestyle concerns such as diet, exercise, and alcohol use can be substituted for the word lifestyles in this sentence. Okay, so we have, okay, we're getting a little close. We might go just a little bit over on lunch. I hope you don't mind, but this last activity, so if we just flip our workbooks to the final part, which is amplify ambivalence, questioning techniques. Here we go. So in a call or appointment, I'm going to turn my camera off because it's getting a little bit slow. Here we go. So in a call or appointment, what percentage of the talking should be done by the advisor, and what percent by the participant, do you think? This is just opening up the floor.
I'd probably say 80% for the participant and 20% for the advisor.
You're right. You hit the nail right on the head. Perhaps at the beginning, when you're explaining the program, it may not be that percentage. You'll be doing a lot of the talking. But once things get going, it'll be 80% participant and the advisor will be 20%. You will be asking the right questions in order to encourage discussion, right? So perhaps at the beginning 50-50 when you're explaining the program, but in 80% of the contributions will come from the participant. So when the participant is being ambivalent, so they're of two minds, they're being indecisive, how do we encourage them to talk more and to make a decision? What do you think? I think this is a pretty simple one.
Using that last example, I mean, you could ask a question like, for argument's sake, well, if you keep heading down the road of wanting to be a manager, or keep heading down the road that you're on, what do you see happening? How do you see what's going to pan out? And the guy could say, well, it's going to really be detrimental to our mental health or whatever. So you basically kind of ask him, if he keeps doing that, what do you think is going to happen? Or, has your behavior been a problem to you before? And if it's been a problem to others? So you're opening him up to then answering his own question as why he's probably not suitable to be a manager right away again. Maybe he needs to go and be an assistant manager, or maybe just when he needs more training or something in the role of being a manager. But if if you ask him, if you keep going down the road of being rejected as a manager, or if you got a job and then a job as a manager, how do you feel it's going to impact on you? What do you see happening? So you can pull him back to that, maybe looking at it slightly differently, and maybe take his target a little bit lower, getting back into that way, sort of thing.
Yeah, this is great discussion now that we're going to have in our groups. All right. You've got some questions here for Amplify Ambivalence for you to work out in your groups. We maybe just 5 minutes over our lunchtime. I promise I'll give it back to you at the end of your lunch. Please take 10 minutes to work on this with your teams. The questions that you'll be working together are, what are the benefits of using open questions during an appointment? An example, really quick. Everyone is clear what an open and a closed question is? What's Sharon? Do you know what a closed question is?
And you would a closed question, the answer would just be a yes or a no, whereas an open question you would actually be hoping to get more information, as in tell me about it.
Good. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew that one. So the questions you'll work on with your teams are, what are the benefits of using open questions during an appointment? What words are used at the beginning of a sentence that would make them an open question? What are the dangers of using why question during an appointment? What could you respond to someone continually using I don't know as a response to your questions? There are too many things. Okay, and then how would you respond as an advisor to someone who states the following? So this is what we'll do. You'll have 10 minutes with your teams to work on this together. We'll come back just to regroup. We won't go over this. When we come back from lunch, we'll go over our answers. Okay, so for the all right, here, this is what we'll do. When you get into your groups, the last person to come back to the group with a spoon is the person who will take notes and present, okay? The last person to show a spoon on camera will be the one to take notes and present. So please go into your breakout room.
I'm in my kitchen.
Kristen is fast.
Sorry, guys.
I'm just saying there's 3 of us and 2 of us have already done it. All right, that's my thinking.
Okay, see you in 10 minutes all.
Stopping them.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody. This is just a quick regroup. It's lunchtime. I'm sure everybody wants their break. And then when we return, we'll go through these questions together, explore them, share. Anybody have a hard time finding a spoon?
No.
Me no. No, I was good.
I have to confess though, and I did actually give a little white lie out. Jahir come on with a spoon and said, "What did he say?" And I said, "Oh, the first person to show a spoon has to."
Oh. How could you live with yourself, Mike?
Did they fall for it?
It's an exercise in active listening. If you didn't,
That you had selective. That's what it was.
yeah.
So what you're saying is the first. Okay.
You said the last person to show a spoon, but I said to Jahir, "Oh, he said the first person because he was in the kitchen, so he went like that with a spoon." So me and Siobhan haven't got a spoon, so we said, "Oh no, that's so." I'm sorry, Jahir, I've admitted it on.
Yeah, I think the gold medal goes to Kirsten. I think she's like, as soon as I said spoon, she was like, "Oh, I'm in the kitchen."
Yeah, the coffee cup on the desk, you just went like that.
I'm never normally in the kitchen either. I don't. My appliances are quite new because I don't use anything. But I'm here just for the desk. I'm not kidding, guys.
Okay, I'm sure you're exhausted to listening and staring at a little screen. So please take a break, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. I'll set the clock on the screen, so it's probably easier if you just stay logged into the room. So will I. Just mute your microphone and turn off your camera. That way you can just peek over and see the timer, or I'll reset it because that doesn't count. I'm talking during your lunch hour. Okay, so as soon as you turn off your cameras, I'll set the clock. Okay, so
Thanks.
see you all.
Okay.
Have a nice lunch.
Enjoy lunch, guys. Bye.
Bye.
for goodness sake. So we've got 25 minutes.
What's happening?
Oh, well, he's got a wee timer up. It's obviously 5 minutes ago we went for lunch, so.
Oh, great. So we've missed 5 minutes. Brilliant.
Right, you guys.
Right.
See you in a bit. Right,
See you
bye.
in a bit.
Bye.
Hi guys, everybody have a nice lunch?
Yeah, did you?
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
Good. I
I
forget how fast half an hour actually goes.
Oh, I know. It's just so fast, isn't it? That was like earlier. I was so glad when River said earlier with that first break for the 5 minutes, because I thought, my God, by the time I got to the toilet, heat up my kettle, I'm not going to get
By the time
to
you
try
come
and get
back.
back in. And then when it said, oh, it's 10 minutes, I was like, oh my goodness, thank God.
And it's been good though this morning, hasn't it?
Really interesting.
Yeah,
Really
interesting. Yeah.
I think so. What difference, eh?
Just seeing the concept, everybody's different things as well. It's good. We're all bouncing off each other. It's great.
Yeah, I think so.
That did say with the people saying, I don't know. Like, I'd never experienced that before, but I did say in my personal life, if it's like trying to get blood from a stone, I'm just like,
I know, because it can be quite
good to
standoffish.
learn new techniques, how to answer that and how to address it.
Yeah.
And every participant will be different as well. Do you know what I mean? So.
Absolutely. Well, that's great to hear. Some people said that they're getting some good stuff out of this. Is everyone
absolutely
doing all right? Enjoying this?
Yeah, great.
And trying to make the most out of what we have with the medium. This, like I said before, this session is originally designed to be a bunch of us in a room together with cups of tea and working together, and then moving off into little groups and role playing stuff. So we're us in L&D, we're trying to modify this in the best way possible in this medium.
Oh, you're doing good, Trevor.
Yeah.
I've got an echo. Can you hear that?
Yeah, there is.
Let me mute and go back on. Hang on.
He just wants to hear me saying it again, how good he's been doing in the training. That's all it is.
That's what it is, yeah.
Stop it.
I'm going to just quickly, what part of Canada are you from?
Well, actually, I was born in Winnipeg, Manitoba, but then spent most of my adult life, went to university right there in Vancouver, British Columbia. That's my background.
Well, the nice site.
The what? Sorry.
The nice site.
Yes.
The west
nice
side. Yeah.
Yes.
I emigrated for a couple of years with my husband's job on PEI.
Oh, really? Oh, Prince Edward Island.
Yeah, on the unspoiled part.
Oh, very nice. Oh, excellent. Yes. Yeah. So I went when I finished my master's in Canada. I worked in Japan for the Saitama Board of Education for 5 years before immigrating here to Europe, and I've been with Reed for the last 3 years. So
very good.
Well-traveled man.
So
that's the best education.
I've got a house in Toronto, if that helps.
Oh, Toronto. Toronto's
Newmarket. I've got a house in Newmarket in Toronto.
Newmarket, yeah. Because I studied in Oshawa.
All right.
For a while, for a couple of years. So yeah, I know Scarborough, Pickering. All around these areas. So when everybody says it's like Livingston to Edinburgh, it's like, well, what part did you stay in? Because everybody says Toronto, and then it's like X amount of miles from.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good hour's drive downtown from Newmarket, as you probably know. But see, I like it around that way where you were, River. But I mean, you'd be used to like the Scottish weather, because I always found it was always the same, plenty of rain, plenty of whatever. So it was pretty similar to being here, really, to be honest. Apart from it is warmer in the summers, but at least you do get plenty of rain in that. Funny enough, I got an email last night from my friends in Barrie, which is another little place not far from Toronto. They had a tornado. They had a tornado that touched down for 1.5 kilometers and just wrecked all the houses in Barrie just 2 days ago.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Tornado, yeah, it's incredible. So yeah,
See,
I've got family there.
They need the brick houses. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, luckily my family, it just wrecked all the sort of garden fences and tore up all the stuff outside. But some of the houses were literally destroyed. It was like really, so it was quite shocking to see that in Barrie. tornado. Because of course the US complain because like they get all the tornadoes where they are because of the Canadian weather. It causes tornadoes in tornado season down in the US. So it's a different thing. You'll get one in Canada for a change, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's strange, since I moved here, how many people are connected with Canada in this
Scottish descent. They're all off Scottish.
Yeah, right. And it's great having this session with you up in Scotland because talking to you feels like home. It feels like all the East Coasters, right? Because all East Coasters have very similar accents as Scottish accent, right?
We better start saying "a" all the time. "A."
Yeah, actually, I've been muting the A's at the end of my sentences.
Yeah, I bet you have. Yeah, and stop apologizing. Stop being Canadian and saying sorry all the time. Can you?
Oh, that's what it is because we apologize for everything, even.
These are very, very civilized and hospitable, I have to say. He's put a lot of other places to shame.
So what did you do on Canada Day? Did you do anything particular Canada Day?
No, because every year there's a big festival at Trafalgar Square in front of Canada House, but the last 2 years it's been cancelled.
Yeah.
And if you're ever in London, there's always a big event there.
The last 4 years previous to the COVID, I've been there for Canada Day, so we're normally there going around. I usually get all the bands on the street. Newmarket has a really good sort of live bands and music, and I love Canada Day. It's one of the highlights of my trip normally.
Okay, so I don't have to be insecure about hiding my Manitoba accent.
No, you're fine. I knew you were Canadian when you came on this morning.
Yeah, I knew straight away when I heard your accent you was Canadian. Yeah,
that's what that was, by the way. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but we don't have very much time to
apologize again. Come on.
Minutes. I'm sorry. Sorry, eh? Anyway, we are just like I said. Actually, we're about 15 minutes behind, but that's not too bad actually, because we have about an hour buffer built into this program anyway. Most important part is taking all this stuff out and working it into your final activity, where you will be given a scenario. You'll work in groups of 3. You'll role play that scenario, and then you will be using this stuff that feels like we just slammed through it really quickly, but you'll get to use it practically. You'll we had the Columbo approach. You'll be using these. My computer's moving so slow. I'm going to turn off my camera if you don't mind. There we go. There we go. It should be working better. Okay, so you'll use the Columbo approach in order to try to reflect back discrepancies that you find in the scenario. You'll convince them by showing them the advantages and disadvantages of changing and staying the same by using this sheet. You'll use these questions to elicit and evoke change using change talk. You'll express empathy by using reflective listening questions. There are plenty of examples here. Normalizing statements. You'll ask for permission in order to encourage people to make change. And now, with amplifying ambivalence, this is the last activity that you did as a team, which is when someone is of 2 minds. We'll work on these questioning techniques. So we last time I went backwards from group 5 to 1, so now I'm going to start with group 3 and work forward. So group 3, the spoonless person, what are the benefits of using open questions during an appointment?
So we put that to garner more information. Also build rapport with the person you're speaking with as well, because you're getting more information about them. I think an important one is showing that we're actually wanting to listen to the participant. We want to listen to as much information from them as possible. So yeah, that's what we've got for that.
Oh, good. So that's right. So what are the benefits of using open questions during an appointment? More discussion, not leading. You empower the participant. You help the participant gather thoughts. You build trust, establish a relationship, move the conversation into the direction the advisor wants to go. And actually to help, hang on just one second. I wish this would just flow smoothly. but my computer is moving a little bit slower. I'm going to actually put that answer into the chat box for you if you want to save it somewhere. It might be a little handy.
We always say that if you use open questioning, it allows the client or participant to tell their story, and I think that's an important thing. Like we run about, it allows them to tell you their story, and then you can listen, and then you can apply all the other things. Then once they've given you their version of their story, I think that's a good way of looking at open-ended questions.
For sure. And, you may, in the first session that you took before this one of the modules was to talk about what makes Read in Partnership different, right? And one thing that makes us different is that we don't treat participants like a number. They're not just another person. We want to know their story, right? And not only because it makes them feel, okay, I'm trying to type it into the chat, but it's not allowing me to, so forgive me, eventually we'll get there. But not only does that make that person feel like someone actually cares about their future, but it'll actually make your job better and more interesting because you're getting to know people. You're getting to know their situation. You realize that they're not just a number. They're not just a person that needs to find a job. They're a human being in a situation. And even though they may be going through something difficult that, tens of thousands of other people are going through, each situation is different. And and sometimes someone just needs a listening ear. So that's right. So there you go. More discussion, not leading, empowers participants, help participant gather thoughts, build trust, establishes relationship, moves conversation in the direction the advisor wants to go. I put that in the chat. So group 4, what are the words used at the beginning of a sentence that would make them an open question?
That is me. Give me 1 second.
Did we decide who's going?
Sorry?
Sorry, are you speaking for us? I didn't know who was going.
So, what words did you say? We used tell me or describe so that they can, so it sort of leads to a more open conversation rather than just getting a one-worded answer.
Mm-hmm.
And then describe, explain, anything that leads to sort of getting multiple answers rather than just a singular response.
For sure. Anybody else want to add to that? That's very right. That's right. And who, what, where, when, how, which. These are great ways for beginning for open questions. And then you're totally right, Jahir. Tell, explain, and describe, which is the TED technique. You got that right. Tell, explain, describe. Very important. But with the questioning words, who, what, where, when, how, which of those question words should we avoid? Just opening the floor.
Sorry, River, it's just Emma. I've just jumped on the call by request of Karen Dixon just before you kind of get started. Can we just confirm that everybody's happy for us to share their personal addresses with the finance team so that we can get your IT equipment sent out? Would that be okay?
That's fine.
Yeah. Is there anybody that's okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Thanks, guys. Sorry to interrupt you, River. We're just trying to get it sorted by Friday.
Oh, no, that's really important. Thank you.
No, I'll leave you to it. Enjoy, guys.
Hi, Emma.
Bye.
Bye, Emma. Thanks, bye.
Everybody's going to get expensive presents in the mail. How about that?
Yay!
So anyway, it's like Christmas in the middle of summer. Anyway, okay. So who, what, where, when, how, which, why, which one of those words do you think is advisable to avoid in an open-ended question with a participant?
Why?
Why? That's right. And that's the next question, which I'll ask group 5. What are the dangers of using a why question during an appointment?
It can be classed as accusational. It's like they might be seen as they're getting attacked, or they might feel a lot more pressure, so they become defensive and they end up saying, I don't know, or might not be able to elaborate on the topic that you're trying to get them to answer.
Yeah, exactly. Right. You know, if I were to ask you, Jordan, why wasn't your camera on in the last team breakout room? How would you feel just hearing that from me?
Defensive of like, you know,
Right.
yeah. So yeah, you do feel attacked, especially if someone, because a why just seems like a attackful, you know, attacking nature. So like you're so aggressive towards that person, say, why haven't you done this? And so it's try to avoid it when possible.
Exactly.
And also be following none of your business, which is like, you know, you've already got them on the back foot here. You know, what's he got to do with you? Do you know what I mean? So you got to be careful.
Participants can become defensive, right? And you know what? The participants might not even know the answer. This is very important even in leadership. So, you know, there are always management opportunities and growth within Read in Partnership. And when you get into positions of leadership, just think about how you feel if your line manager began a question with why, you know, why are you late? You know, how does that feel? As opposed to, you know, it's 8:15 and start time is 8 o'clock and you chose that flexi time. Is everything all right? You know, did something happen? It is not. It's addressing the behavior and not putting the spotlight on the person, right? So keep that in mind. So for question 3, participants may become defensive. We become defensive with why. And then finally, for number 4, how could you respond to someone continually using "I don't know" as a response to your questions? First, I'll give that to group 1, and then I'll open that up to anybody else. Group 1? Who's group 1? Or maybe they all have spoons.
I'll
Hi.
answer that one.
Sorry, yeah. Neha, are you okay? Did you get on all right?
Yeah, I just wrote
Yeah.
some notes down. I'm just gonna have a look for a second. Was this question 4?
Yeah, it's how could you respond to someone continually using "I don't know" as a response to your questions? We can open up the floor to that. Does anybody have any suggestions?
I would say you could maybe like ask them a question, but then put some information into it so that they could maybe be prompted to speak about something.
For sure, absolutely. Let's
maybe
open up the floor.
Maybe simplify it a bit more because they're maybe not understanding what our wording is. So we'd maybe word it in a different way to try and get the participant to understand it better, or ask them if, you know, they understand what we're saying to them rather than just their response saying "I don't know."
Yeah, maybe even bringing in like an example to link to the question that you're answering, because sometimes they, as you said, they might say "I don't know" because they genuinely do not have a clue on what you're trying to ask them. So by simplifying them and bringing a scenario in there, they're like, "Oh, actually, yeah, I do remember that," or "Yeah, that would be helpful." I think that could work as well.
Yeah, you can also say, can you tell me a time when? Can you explain to me how you don't always have to, if you ask a direct question and get an "I don't know," but you can say it to me, can you tell me a time when you did this? It doesn't even have to be related to the job interview, but it could be just trying to get them to tell you about, you know, a different type of scenario, which stops them from just saying "I don't know." Because sometimes if you're asking things about employment, they might not, you know, how many, you know, whereas if you changed it and just ask them, can you tell me a situation or a scenario when you do this, you can relate it slightly different.
I just put something in the chat. Did that pop up for everybody?
No.
Yeah, I think my computer's freezing up. There's actually some magic words, and eventually when I can paste it through, this is something that you'll probably want to keep in your your notes for when you're working with participants. It'll be very, very helpful. And that is, what could you do to find out the answer? I don't know. What could you do to find out the answer? You can use this with your toddlers and your young kids who, if they're just being stubborn, they're giving you "I don't know." What can you do to find the answer? Because that's very difficult to throw back another I don't know to. It still hasn't gone through.
Yeah. No, it just seems to be delayed, River. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just delayed, but it'll come through. So that's a really useful one. You turn it back on them and ask them to find the solution. And later on, I don't know if you remember when we were talking about pass the monkey, right? That is what we're going to play with, is where we take the responsibility of finding the solutions and putting that on their lap. Because not only we want to empower them to find solutions and not to be the concierge of their solutions. Because then you'll just get brick walls of, I don't know, tell me what I need to do next. Do you know what I mean? So, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So next one, the 3, how could you respond as an advisor to someone who states the following? So I think that was group 1, right? So group 2, there are too many things to think about to start looking for full-time work.
Okay, so for this one, we thought obviously the participant is coming across as overwhelmed. So we were suggesting sentences like, perhaps, how about we make a list of everything that's going on, and then we break it down step by step, and making them feel like the whole task can be just split day by days, and that way we can just tick boxes and they're not feeling that overwhelmed. Yeah.
Excellent, awesome. How about, it'll never happen due to my current circumstances? We'll go back to group 3.
So we just talked about using kind of similar to what Gail just says. Explain to me about kind of like your short-term goals, make it a little bit more manageable, to give them a little bit more confidence, and also ask questions like, well, tell me about your current circumstances. What are the barriers that you're facing? You know, how we can turn that into a solution? That's basically what we got.
I think River's still trying with his teams.
All right, I am just glad to hear that. Thank God. I was like, was I just speaking on mute?
What a shame! I thought somebody better speak, because you're maybe thinking it like, is it nobody listening to me here?
Maybe his
computer's comfortable yet.
You can't beat a good silence, eh? Oh, he's leaving.
I think his computer's
went kaput. What a shame! Yeah, he's had to cut us off. And
what a shame! Yeah.
That answer was just so terrible. He left.
I know. I have that effect on people, Michael.
Just take the rest of the day off then, guys. I'll just take initiative here, and we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow. Eh?
Goes back to the office. These guys are hopeless. They just.
Start me up in the company.
What a shame! He'll be devastated as well, like River.
He'll get back in, I hope.
Hope so, yeah.
Now, if he comes on and says, listen, guys, I'm so sorry, we'll be like, don't be apologising anymore.
The first thing we'll say, I'm sorry, I'm telling you now, we'll take bets on it.
Why did you leave us, River?
My daughter at school there, she used to always, Mum, I have a question. If I heard that once, it was always, I have a question. Excuse me, I have a question. I was like, my God, it's just a saying that you used to always say, I have a question.
My son's at the stage of asking, why?
Oh, everything, why?
Yeah.
Why did you do this? Why?
Can you hear me?
No, we can't. No, we can't hear it. No, sorry. Who's the guy? No, we can't hear River at all. Sorry.
You can't hear River at all.
Carry on, guys.
It's like your facilitator went on strike. I quit.
We seen you leave him. We were like, see if he comes back and apologizes. We're all going to be like, no, you're not apologizing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I will say. We may be terrible at technology, but Read in Partnership really cares about people.
And we just see coming up on the screen, leaving. We're like, oh my goodness, River's he's left the building.
So we took the initiative, River, and we're all convening back at 9:30 in the morning. So thanks for your time today, and
it was nice meeting you.
We'll see you again sometime.
I can't have an implementation meeting tomorrow morning. I won't be able to make it. Anyway, but I'm happy to hear that when I came back in, you were talking about I don't know questions, right? Which is good.
Yeah.
Now let me see if I can get back to sharing the screen.
Yeah.
This is not the first time that this has happened to me in the middle, but at least you're still here, which is nice. Just give it a moment.
So you've got to explain it without saying I don't know.
Oh, the I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Which is, I think we skipped the I don't know.
No, I'm saying you have to explain why your technology went down without saying I don't know. You can't just say I don't know why I went off. Okay, you've got to give.
It's just
your answer to that is, well, I think the system that I'm using.
Actually, when working in as a learning facilitator, your answer when you don't know the answer should be, "That's a great question. Let's find out."
Pause.
But hang on, let me make sure I have the right screen here. It's just not showing me anything. No, that's the wrong one.
Just while you're doing that, River, I have to say, I think this group session that you provided today, I think it's made it us, well, for me definitely, I think we've had good interaction with the rest of our colleagues today. I think it's been really good. Yeah.
I think that's the important part, right? Is that it's designed so that there's a lot of interactive activity. And
good team building exercise, I would say.
Yeah, it's been really good.
I'm glad to hear.
Apart from the sheer panic you elicited in Laura when he didn't come back on and there was that silence and she was like,
I did break it for you, Laura. Come on.
Did, well
I
done,
did
Kirsty.
try.
You did. You made me feel a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good teamwork right there.
Was it Laura that you were answering? It will never happen during my current circumstances. Was that you?
Correct.
Okay.
Laura, yeah.
So
and then Laura said it all, River, and nobody spoke. So I thought I better just jump in and say, yeah, I think that's real. Yeah, I have to agree. And she was like, thank goodness for that. Someone's actually listening.
All right. And then on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm about 7 for commitment for changing sectors. Let's open that to anyone. Any of the teams for the last one there.
Yeah, we just kind of says, yeah, that's great, but what can we do to make it a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how to better it. Yeah.
Yeah, what are those 3 points? Right,
yeah, what's missing?
Yeah,
in order to get to the 10.
Yeah, we were saying maybe you'd have to look at, okay, it's a 7, but maybe if you can look at doing some retraining, or we can look at other things, we can obviously make it better, a better transition. Let's look at your positive points and let's expand on them. And, you could then obviously look, if you want to do, you want to change direction, you haven't got quite all the skills, but let's look at getting you them skills, and then we can, get you to a sector change or something. So that would be quite a good way of looking at that, I think.
Yeah, for sure. The next thing that we're going to step into is rolling with resistance. So limiting beliefs, things that hold us back. We all have them, all of us, right? Like ambivalence, resistance is a normal reaction. When change is being considered, the ability to handle resistance is key to effective motivational coaching. Many participants are resistant to change because they have limiting beliefs about what they are able to achieve. So a negative statement, for example, is, "It won't work." Right? Using open or TED questions, so tell, explain, describe, respond to this negative limiting belief. So it won't work. What would be a good response to that, do you think? Other than someone can even shout out the example that's right in the workbook if they want.
What would you have to do to make it work?
Yeah, what would you have to do to make it likely to work, right? So, so on your own, right? Because I think this is important. We can share together afterwards. This activity, it's best if we do it on our own. In the next 3 minutes, grab a pen and paper. I don't know if you're doing it on a soft copy or if you're using the workbook. Please make your own responses to these negative statements. So I can't do that. How would you respond with that? right? And then this is just, I haven't really told you or shared anything with you yet. Just try, and then I'll give you some suggestions in the next 3 minutes. So give that a try on your own. Okay, let's try something different now. As you're wrapping up your ideas, I'd like you to type your suggested answers in the chat. All right, so this is like a chat conversation. So you see at the top of the window, next to the two figures of two human beings, there's a little chat bubble. Click on that. First one, how would you respond to, I can't do that? What can we do to help you achieve this, Angela? Naya, what steps can you take to turn that into a can? Yeah, that's good, for sure. Good, good. Okay, can you explain to me what you think the challenges are? Yeah, that's right, right. What in particular is it that you are struggling with? Yeah, great, great, Stephen. Excellent. I can't do that. Good response. What support would you need to achieve that? Right? Very good. How about I'm useless at? If someone says that to you, I'm useless at. Please type into chat what you would suggest as an answer. What do you think would help in order for this to be better? Yeah, good. Excellent. What skills do you have that can help you? Yeah, no problem. It might be difficult to begin with. Let's look at what you're good at. Very good. Let's focus on your strengths. Yes, that's right. Neil, for someone that was good at it, can you describe what skill that they would have? Yeah, that's right, right? Exactly, good. If someone says, I'm useless at, tell me why you don't feel confident in that, right? How can you turn your weakness into a strength? Why don't we try together? Yes. Can you explain to me what is making you feel that you can't do that? Yeah, exactly. Next one. I can't do it as well as. It's like comparative. What makes you feel that way? Yeah, that's right. I'd probably wonder why they're comparing themselves to someone, right? I can't do it as well as. What can you do well? What makes you feel like this? We're all different, Mike. Excellent. Very good. Right? I can't do it as well as. What does blank do differently to you? Right? So the next one, let's see. It's so easy to compare yourself, but remember that this person has been doing it a lot longer than you. It takes practice. Very, very good, Chloe. Absolutely. It's too difficult. How about that one? We all have stronger skills than others. That's true, very true, right? Just putting it into perspective, right? It's too difficult. What makes you think it's too difficult? Right? It's too difficult. What parts do you think are easy to manage and what parts do you think are challenging? You know, do you need training? Yeah, that's right, Angela. I understand that learning new skills can be challenging. What can I do to support you? Michael, what exactly are you struggling with? What can we do to improve? Exactly. This is a good thing that to help put someone's struggles into perspective. All of our struggles is every single daunting task, when it's broken up into small manageable pieces, and each of those pieces are easy to achieve, they all add up together to that big, huge task. And that's one of the things that we help out with, is just breaking it up and putting it into perspective, right? There's no point me even trying. How do you respond to that? There's no point to me even trying. What makes you think that's the case? Yeah, exactly, Chloe. Tell me about a time when something was challenging, but you were successful, right? Show them, allow them to put their mind into a place where they were successful. What makes you feel this way? What support can we offer, Angela? Right? Sarah says, if you don't try, you'll never know. Exactly. Michael Freeman, let's take the first step and see how we get on. Yeah, that's right. For sure. It's very important to just be able to put their mind into knowing that they're able to achieve it, right? And then finally, the last one, I'm bound to fail. If someone says to you, I'm bound to fail, they're already limiting themselves that they're going to fail before it even happens. What makes you think? What is it? With the correct support in place, you can succeed. Right? What does success look like? What do you need to achieve this? Don't put yourself down. Exactly. You know. Tell me about a time when you've achieved something. How can we help you be successful? Right? You know, a 1% possibility is what some people say, right? Which is, you know, if you don't even try because you think you're going to fail, you failed. It's just never going to happen. But if even there is 1% chance that you might be successful, that's still a chance, but you'll only know if you try, right? We can all learn to succeed by making mistakes. Exactly, right? The idea that every single plane crash is that you walk away from is a successful landing, right? You will fail, right? That's what we learn from. We learn from our mistakes, right? That's what learning is, right? Is we learn from our mistakes and we learn from the mistakes of others. That's what learning is all about. And that's about mindset. Skill set is an important part of being hired at a job and developing a career, but mindset is also very important. And if you hate being wrong and making mistakes, you'll never grow. You have to be okay with being wrong and making mistakes and failing, because from those errors and those mistakes and those failures, we learn and we climb a little bit higher to being a better formed me, right? So, and that's why it's so important. And inspiring people and helping them take those blocks away, those limiting beliefs, these internal blocks, by letting them know that just walking into this office or calling you to have this session with you as with the advisor is that one step towards improving themselves, right? It's taking away those limits for them to grow and improve. So, all right, so let's move on to the next one here. So, pass the monkey. We saw that a little bit earlier. Let me make sure I've got the PowerPoint on the right page here. So sometimes participants say, I don't know, to questions that advisors ask because they don't want to be accountable for thinking of any solutions. When this happens, many advisors decide what the best course of action is for the participant, which is completely disempowers them. And this is not the spirit of an appointment. So how do we pass the responsibility for the participant's progress back to them? One technique which we like to use at Read in Partnership is called pass the monkey. Way back when we were teaching this in offices, we would actually have a toy monkey and do this little activity. We had a monkey in live training. We'd pass the monkey back to the participant. So, you know, what is your thought on your CV? I don't know. What do you think? You may find yourself in a situation. This isn't really a lesson, this portion of the activity. It's actually just something to bring to your attention. You may find yourself quite frequently in a situation where the participant is looking at you as being almost like a concierge or a personal assistant that is there to give them all the answers, to tell them everything that they need to do. It's very easy when you first get started as an advisor to feel you're in a little bit of a honeymoon phase and you feel so excited that you're like, oh, first we got to get your CV. Oh, you need to get your birth certificate. We got to get your birth certificate. That you'll be so happy and excited to give them all their answers. But it actually disempowers the participant. You want to cultivate an environment where you are leading them to find their solutions, right? So what do you think we should look at next, right? So instead of saying, let me look at your CV, it looks like we need to work on your CV, right? You might want to lead them in saying, how is your job hunt going so far? Oh, well, I've handed out 50 CVs and I haven't had a single response. Oh, what do you think is the factor that we need to work on then? You know, it's planting the seed for them to say, okay, well, maybe we should look at my CV. Yeah, okay, so maybe we should play with CV 360 and work on that, as opposed to giving them the answers. Now, please forgive me for using, I would like to say, this is helping me on a personal level that I can be a pessimistic person. Sarah, I'm so happy that it's helping you. Anything that anybody wants to contribute?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Absolutely. You know, if you want to help anyone, and it's not just your participant, it's anyone in the world around you, you will empower them and motivate them to be their best selves if you guide them on the path towards improving themselves, as opposed to just constantly providing them solutions. Right? And please forgive the metaphor. I swear it's not my fault. It's actually written here on the lesson plan. You can give a person a fish and they will eat for a day. You can teach a person to fish and they will eat forever. I know it's cheesy, but it is so powerful. It's so true. When you
kind of like mothering somebody, isn't it, River?
Pardon me, sorry?
It's kind of like, well, Scotland will say you're kind of mothering them.
Yeah,
doing everything for them.
Exactly. But that's why we do this pass the monkey activity, because it's totally natural. You have all been chosen. Even our admin staff are chosen because you care about people. It's so important at Read in Partnership that we employ people with mindset that care about improving people's lives. Even people who are not even going to work with participants. That's what we care about. And because of that, you may find yourself wanting to give them all the answers. But and the intention there is to help them as quickly as possible, but it's not really helping them, right? I can, Michael says, I can only show you the door. You're the one who has to walk through it, right? Quote from the Matrix, but it makes sense. Exactly, right? You can't, it'll be very, if you're a caring person, your first few participants, you will want to give them all the answers, but you're not going to empower them unless you inspire them to try to find these answers on their own. Do you know what I'm saying? So it'll take a little bit of effort to go back to that Columbo approach and sort of leave breadcrumbs and have them tell you that they need to work on their CV. Have them tell you that they need to work on their interviewing skills. Have them tell you that they have interview anxiety. Do you know what I mean? So, and also, on the other hand, not only are you empowering them, but it also make your job easier, because after a while, you might find you'll start exhausting yourself if you are constantly acting as like a concierge or a personal assistant for all your participants. Sarah says, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Exactly. Or just to go beyond that, you can lead a horse to water every time it needs to drink. You gotta show it how to find its water, right? That's the other level too, right? So for sure. So does that kind of pass the idea of pass the monkey? What's the purpose there? Is that the monkey? Sorry, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I'm just saying it's a brilliant way of putting it. You know, from what about the teach you to fish. What you said earlier.
Exactly, right? Don't keep giving them fish.
Basically.
For sure. Excellent. All right. So S, support self-efficacy. So let's see, workbooks, the slide here. How are people feeling? Do you need a comfort break at this point? Do you want to keep plugging on? Maybe in the chat, put in a little vote if you'd like to take a little break or if you want to move on. River anxiously stares at the chat box. Happy to bash on. I'm fine. Happy to keep going on. Okay, good. All right. 3 votes. Keep going. Move on. All right. All right. So next one is supporting self-efficacy, positive affirmations. So as a society, we often find it difficult to give and receive praise and positive affirmations, and many people often only hear negativity. Part of increasing confidence is to positively reinforce successes and the effort that was made on tasks, even if the outcome was not fully achieved. It is important that these sound genuine and not ingratiating or phony, such as, geez, that's an amazing good job. I know you could do it. This is an interesting section of the module, I find. I think it's actually very different even for me, being a Canadian, because I think culturally we're very different. You know, in the workplace, if you remember from your first module, we were talking about different personalities, right? Some people value relationships over task as more important. Some people value task over relationships in their priorities. And because of that, the way that they communicate in the workplace or in a professional environment, like the advisor and the participant, that you have to modify your communication style in order to fit that conversation. So being able to give positive reinforcement will always be taken in a different way. So you have to really be able to, take the tone of the room and really feel, some people, don't, when they hear positive reinforcement in a professional environment, always think it's phony, right? Whereas in some cultures, like in Japan and in Canada, you have to put positive reinforcement at the end of every sentence. You just have to, or you're being rude. Do you know what I mean? So it's even cultural. So, like for example, I'll give you a real life example. At the beginning today, when everybody was introducing themselves and putting their 3 words of their favorite day, what would be culturally appropriate for River to say at the end of each person's comment so that I make you feel like an individual? But does it sound phony? You know what I mean? Like, you have to be able to pick up that vibe, and you can't always be completely successful in that. But regardless, when you get to know your participant, or if someday you move into management, you have to learn that even if people don't let you know that they need to know that they're doing a good job, you have to let them know that they're doing a good job. You do. Even the people who might even verbally say, oh, I don't need someone to tell me I'm doing well. I don't need that. They do. There's a little part of you that just likes someone to say, you know what? I appreciate the extra work you did yesterday. I saw you actually put a lot of effort in your CV when I made you check it out. Last week I asked you to set up profiles on 3 websites for your CV, and you did 4. I can see that you really do care about moving forward. You know what I mean? So you're acknowledging something specific that never sounds phony because it's something that they really did. Does that kind of make sense? Now, speak up. Is there anyone on here who is proud to say that they don't like receiving positive reinforcement of that kind? Or perhaps feel uncomfortable when they receive that kind of positive reinforcement?
I like positive reinforcement.
Oh, good, Angela. Excellent. That's good to hear. Because I know some people are shy about it.
It makes me feel better about myself.
Good.
I think it's reassuring as well. And as you were talking about, when, sometimes when it is genuine, you can tell it's genuine.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because what do you think are some signals or signs that tell you that positive reinforcement is genuine?
The tone in the voice that they use when they're expressing.
Yeah, for sure.
And smiling.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. If it's like specific to something as well.
Absolutely. That textbook wise, like actually what's written in our workbooks here, that is pretty much the head-on answer. Is it something very specific? Like I told you before, I asked you to fill out 3 profiles with your CV. You filled out 4. That's very specific. That can't be perceived as phony because it's something you actually did, But if you say you're doing a good job, that is so vague and subjective that it can be perceived as yeah. You could say that to everyone.
I think you're right. I think you make it slightly personal. Do you know what I mean? You'll know what I'm on about here as well. Some guys, you can only hear the term "have a nice day" so many times in California before you're like, you don't mean it, mate. You're just saying it. It's like, just don't keep saying it. Everywhere you go, have a nice day, have a nice day, have a nice day. You know what I mean? It becomes robotic.
Yeah, right. It's got to be specific, right? So now we'll look at these scenarios on the PowerPoint. Hang on a second, slide 12, positive statements. And okay, so let's do something really awkward in our groups now. So this is, we've never really found a solution for this. Let me see if I can take a screenshot. Is anyone tech savvy? Actually, no, I can do this. I'm going to take a screenshot of this screen if it allows me to, and put it into the chat. And then please save this image on your computer so that you can look at it while you're in the chat room. Does that make sense? I'm surprised how quickly that went through. Okay, does everyone see that screenshot in their chat? Thumbs up if you can see it.
Yep.
Okay, good. Everyone save that image to your desktop so that you're able to see it while you're working with your teams. Okay, what you're going to do in your teams is a little bit silly and a little bit awkward. You're going to take times going around in circles, saying one of these statements, and the other two, I want you to give a genuine piece of positive reinforcement in return. So I wrote my CV from scratch. The other two, acknowledge that and just create some positive reinforcement back. And then when we come back, we'll just do a bunch together and see how that goes. And the reason I say that's awkward is because the previous classes that I did this with, they'll come back and say it's actually very uncomfortable to do this for some reason, but just pretend. It's just pretend time. So let's do 7 or 8 minutes. I'll do 8 minutes. I think that should be enough. All right, so I'll break you out into your rooms now. Naisha, your hand is up. Do you have a question?
Oh no, I forgot to put it down. Sorry.
No worries. Okay, so everyone's okay of what to do, right? Oh, Neil didn't mean to leave. It's okay. Welcome back, Neil. All right, the room's